Meeting to order. Any public comment for closed session items? There's nothing in the room. Nothing on email. All right, may we have a roll call?
Yes, trustee Dickinson.
Here.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Here.
Trustee Donnelly.
Present.
Trustee Gray.
Here.
Trustee Edmondson.
Present. The board is convening to closed session. everybody. It is so wonderful to see a full boardroom of people celebrating all the wonderful things in our district. I'd like to call open session to order. May we have our pledge leader?
There you go. All right, well, thank you for having us. So the SoCal Elementary staff, we're proud to have Leo Reyes Fonts as our pledge and mission statement reader. He is a 5th grade student. He's been at SoCal L for 6 years. He has a younger brother who's in kindergarten. And his teacher describes him as a positive role model, a great friend, a really hard worker. And we're glad to have him representing our school. So Leo, come on. All right.
Please stand. Place your hand on your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. SoCal Union Elementary School District Mission Statement. Staff, students, parents, and the community help ensure that each child develops the skills and character necessary for lifelong achievement and responsible citizenship in a diverse world.
All right.
We have a lovely certificate that was written about you, so I'm just gonna share a few words.
Okay.
We are happy to recognize an exceptional student at SoCal Elementary School, Leo Reyes Fonsi, a 5th grader whose kindness and leadership make a positive impact on our school community. Leo consistently puts forth his best effort in all his academic work. His dedication to learning is evident, and he serves as a role model for his peers. Beyond academics, Leo's cheerful demeanor, his constant smiles and laughter, creates a welcoming and uplifting environment for everyone around him. He is always willing to help others, whether it's assisting his classmates or mentoring younger students. Leo's natural ability to lead with compassion and positivity sets a wonderful example for all. We are confident that Leo will continue to grow and shine as a leader. His contributions have already made a significant impact, and we look forward to witnessing his continued development and success. And then usually we like to ask our pledge leader a few questions. Is that
Okay.
all right with you?
Yep.
And we'll start.
You probably have a great sense of humor, huh? It's like
Yeah.
laugh and stand-up jokes or just have fun with your friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of do them both sometimes. Not jokes too much.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, that's good. Laughter's good.
I think so.
Good, glad we agree. See, everybody's laughing. Place, huh? What's your favorite subject in school?
I think it would have to be art.
Art, okay. When you find yourself mentoring other kids and helping them along, what do you normally lead them with, or what is there a particular subject that you tend to excel at that you're helping them?
I think I can sometimes help them in like kind of math. I have a friend who can't really read, so I can help her reading.
Great.
Also I can sometimes help them when they're sad. Also.
That's just as important. That's really important. Great job.
I had a question for you. Since you've had so many wonderful years at SoCal L, if you met someone and learned they were about to start SoCal Elementary, maybe they moved to your neighborhood or something, and they were about to start at the school, what kind of advice would you give them? What would you tell them to, maybe to look forward to, or some tips for enjoying your school?
I think that the first thing that they should probably do is like maybe like learn like how people like love to do stuff. Maybe find some people that like to do stuff that they do too. Maybe get some friends. Also try their best in class.
Right, thank you. Yeah, great advice.
What's been your favorite part about being at SoCal L?
That's tricky. I think it's have to be having amazing teachers and amazing classes.
Oh, wow. Great answer. Yeah.
You just got an A in this.
I'm wondering about any of your most favorite projects that you've done in your time at SoCal.
I don't think I've done that many projects.
Yeah.
But we have gone to the creek and
Oh, yeah.
done learn how to set up some stuff with basically nothing.
That's so neat. I love that you guys use the creek. That's science and environmental science and working with big ideas. What was your guys' idea with the creek? Garbage cleanup?
Our idea, we did do a lot of garbage cleaning at a place where someone homeless lived. Also, we're doing making shelters and tools in the wild, and I think that my group project challenge is to make fire.
Wow. Very. Well, thank you so much.
Actually, do you like public speaking, like to be up in front of everybody speaking?
I
You
don't
did a
know.
great job.
I don't usually do it.
Yeah, good, yeah, very confident.
Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you so much for starting off our meeting. If you'd like to come grab a prize up here, come grab
We
one.
also have a gift card for Two Birds, which is a bookstore on 41st. A really cute little bookstore down in Pleasure Point, so yeah, give that
That's
to
for
you.
you.
and
Feel
take
free to
a-
grab one. And
take
then
a little
we'd love to
prize.
get a picture with you. If parents would like to come get it.
Hey, roll on over.
No, okay.
Here we go, it's your sister.
Yes, I read it from.
Do you think Charlie would like something too?
I think he probably would.
Let's grab something for Charlie.
What do you like? Oh, that's like the ski.
Oh, yeah, I've done this.
Yeah.
Sun is right on his spot.
What to do here?
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Whatever you guys want. Yeah. I watched the news.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, coldness?
I just wonder if the AC works
better. I'm cool with whatever you guys want. Whatever you guys.
It
feels like
it's
cooling down a little bit though. How do you feel?
like
Excited to, yeah, raise it. Yeah, excited to be a mom. Well.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Chink Flores. before.
Yeah.
For great.
Because I think we're getting the sound. Guys.
Yeah, it's like,
Plus with the AC on, it's
Yeah.
probably be better for them.
All right. Okay. All right. Moving on to 3B is the adoption of the agenda.
I actually wanted to make a motion on the agenda, which is to take out the first reading of the two board policies and punt that to the June 25th meeting, 9E and 9F, just in the interest of time for our very lengthy meeting.
They're pretty meaty. I wouldn't mind giving that those two more attention.
Are you saying yes to move them or?
I'm tossing in my 2 cents, but I wanted to. Sorry, you were speaking first.
No, I was curious what Callie was thinking.
They're
too.
important.
Go ahead and move them, or you wanted to keep them important enough?
No,
today?
that they're meaty and that they deserve.
More than what we could give them today.
Yes.
Gotcha, that's fine with me.
My only question is if there's any legal concern, like are we under a tight deadline for either one? Okay, that's fine with me.
All right, may I have a motion?
So then I'll make the motion to adopt
Sorry.
the agenda.
Is that the only comment on the agenda?
I think so. If
things run long, we always have the opportunity to pull something as we're.
Right.
Oh, as we go,
Okay, you can ask,
Yeah.
table something.
Okay.
if Things are running.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so do I have a motion about the agenda? I would like to make the motion to adopt the agenda with the amendment of taking out 9E and 9F and putting those on the June 25th agenda. All right, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Report out of closed session is that there's nothing to report. The board will go back to closed session after the open session. Consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
A second? I'll second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to the fun stuff, recognition. 5A, recognition of our 2025 Santa Cruz County Math Contest participants.
Yeah, no, so we have winners from almost all of our schools. And just, the main thing is the learning that goes along with the math, but it's also great to recognize those who participated and achieved in the event. So let's hear their names.
Okay, all right. Who wants to start?
Who has them? I think we got them spread out a little bit, so
Oh.
Definitely Amanda.
yeah, I'll start, and I will read the students' names. If you're here, we're so excited to see you come on up and get your certificate. If you're not here, we'll make sure that your certificate gets to you at your school. So, congratulations to DJ Moore. Yes. Thank you for being here.
There.
I apologize if I say this name incorrectly. Kian or Kyan Ortner? Yeah, Yeah, my apologies. Thank you. Congratulations. So glad you're here. Luke Coatney? Okay, thank you.
That 8th grade awards night,
Oh, Zoe Coatney?
also an 8th grade awards night,
That makes sense. Elijah Kessler?
also an 8th grade awards night.
Cheating on the side.
How about Henry Kessler?
Probably an 8th grade.
Yeah. Oh, and all the other Kesslers. All right, well, congratulations to them, and I think we have some more.
Raphael Lincoln,
Right.
8th grader.
Gray Weisinger. Okay. Kevin Dillery. Okay. Vien Mai.
Yeah.
Omri Younger. Alec Kimball.
Yeah, that's 8th grade awards night.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. Kane Coolahan.
Mhm.
Okay. Matthew Sherman. And Ethan Dickinson. And although that's it for me, I just want to take a second, and even though these students obviously are all stellar, I wanted to really point out the teachers that gave their time and effort to teaching them and instructing them all the way through. It wasn't just one batch of teachers, it was all the teachers, throughout the kids' careers, and really culminating in the teachers that were pointing this project. And I thank them very much for their effort.
Yeah.
All right. More recognition, 5B, recognition of the 24-25 Community Advisory Committee.
That's me.
Did you want
We
to?
have them here.
I think Krista would probably like to say a few words. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So sorry.
No.
I felt like last year, thank you, George. This is one of my favorite things that I get to do. We have such incredible teams, to your point, Robert, of folks who support our kids, and I'm very excited to have some of them here. So,
Okay.
in the docket, I included all of the statements. So how the CAC award works, is anyone can nominate anyone, any organization, any staff person, any student, etc. And I think what's really meaningful about these awards is they often come from folks' peers, from the people who are really in the trenches working with them. And so I'm really excited. I'll kind of go through this quickly because I know it's a long agenda, but I especially want to pause for our 2 folks who are here tonight. So you saw everyone who received an award, and if you wouldn't mind reading their names, but if it's okay, I'll kind of skip through these. So I do just have to note one thing about this. In this picture, Joanne Hildreth is so loved by her students. She's in here. But they were so excited to celebrate her. And they just kind of swarmed her, and I think that's so telling of Joanne and her service to our district. She's worked here for a long time, and we're really excited to celebrate her. And then Julianne joined us last year, I think. Followed this at Santa Cruz Gardens, and just a really incredible asset for our team. Very thankful. Mary Agnati, Keith Stewart, maybe both heads. Picked many roles in our district, most recently in the role of PISD at Main Street Elementary, has done incredible work taking that program and growing it and doing many things beyond that. And so we're really grateful to celebrate you and thankful for your for our community. So and then Liz Humphreys and the 5th grade team at Main Street, a lot of really exciting work, especially focused on inclusion and the support of all students, including those with disabilities. So thanks for taking the time to honor them tonight.
Maybe we can have our two folks that are here come up to get their
Yeah.
certificate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
you, guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I know.
Great job.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah.
Good finals.
Good fun.
Yeah. Hold on.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations.
All
He's
right.
not here, but I have a lot of low. Great job.
Right.
Got all that.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations. Yeah. All right, next, recognition of our 2025 Queer Youth Leadership Awards nominees.
I will. No. Sure, yeah. Never have too much applause. So we're just honored as a district to be part of a county that has this kind of event that's been going on for several years, for a long time. A couple of years ago, we had the honor of hosting the QYLA over at New Brighton, and that was quite an honor. This year, the event was held over at SoCal High School, so our neighbor and the district we feed into. And even better than that, we had two of our own folks who were nominated for really meaningful, important ally awards. And that was Jessica Asani, a counselor over at SoCal L, who's done many things, including getting the Rainbow Club going over there so that all students can feel included. And then we have here in our presence tonight in Whitwell, who is just, besides being an amazing science teacher, let's just start with that, and somebody who models excellence for all students. She is also a champion and ally of the LGBTQ+ community and really gives a space over there so that students, their families, and staff as a part of that community can have somebody that really champions their cause. So Em, congratulations and well-deserved, and thanks for all you do for our students and families.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
And I encourage everybody on the page of the docket, it's a nice write-up of even more about what she does.
Yeah. And I was gonna save my update about going to the Queer Youth Leadership Awards for the trustee reports. All right, moving on, 5D, recognition of our 2025 SoCal Union School District retirees.
Oh, well, yeah, somebody go round them up.
Yeah.
We'll start with Ms. Ross.
He's playing on the new field.
There are some nice dirt mounds over there.
Yeah.
How do you try to recognize somebody that has committed so much of their life to education? It's hard to do in a single night, but we're gonna try, Millicent. So 32 years in education, 13 years here in our district. And anytime I had the chance to visit her classroom, I think anybody would agree, it was just such a rich environment, always such a rich environment. So much literature and just everything that you would want for your young learner going into school to be a part of. And you can see a nice little background of her educational background there, but just a total commitment to education and especially early education. So Millicent, thanks for all you've done for the students and families in our district, and congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
First big plan is I'm gonna go visit my sister in New Zealand.
Wow.
She moved to New Zealand in 2001 and I've only been once. So we're gonna go there for like 3 weeks in July. After that, I don't know. I'm just trying to make it through.
One thing at least.
We do reserve the right to call you back.
I just want to add that Miss Frost was both of my kids' kindergarten teacher. And now they're in 7th and 8th grade and
Yeah.
she set them up really well.
Yes.
And who's joining here tonight?
This is.
Oh.
Miss Frost was kind enough to let me volunteer. This wouldn't be allowed anymore, I'm sure, but let me volunteer in the classroom with like a 6-week-old baby on my chest. So yeah, her first year in the district, one of my kiddos had her and had a newborn, and it's been lovely. It's been lovely having you in the district, and
I know, and that my oldest and Leah are the same age. So
yeah.
He's Davis and Cal Poly.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lived in LA. She's up here on a Thursday. This is a decade and a half ago, and she's up here for interviews, maybe Pajaro Valley, all over. And I got a call from a principal in the district. And
It was Santa Cruz Garden. It was Lolly.
Yeah.
so she comes and said, hey, we'd like to have her for an interview. I go, well, she's up there now. I'm down in LA. She's up there now, but she pretty much is wrapping up. She's driving back. So I get in touch with her. I can't believe she picked up. She's like, I'm ready to roll. I said, well, if you're right there, you can go there. So she goes and meets with Molly, and Molly called her the next day. That was a Thursday. Friday, she calls her. She came up on a Monday. School started Monday. Yeah, she was already living here on Monday. That was pretty crazy, but it was great. So thank you.
Taking that call.
You know how much you owe me?
Come to a retirement party tomorrow night.
Doing something crazy like that, it's lucky it was a long time ago. I'm too old for that. Home for a weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
We actually.
Should we roast them?
That was too long of a wait for Lee. That was the quickest we've ever gone through.
I didn't see patients listed in all this great quality.
He's like, I'm retired. I don't need to be here anymore.
I will just say, Mr. Hoover, another great dedicated teacher in our district at New Brighton, humanities. I can say on this one, my daughter had him and she just loved his class. Always very student-centered. I think everybody would agree to that. 30 years of education total, including starting in Florida and many districts here in our area. But just really a beloved staff member and a good friend over at New Brighton. So yay, Mr. Hoover.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to public hearing. Our public hearing regarding our social studies curriculum adoption, grades K through 5, My World.
Awesome. Well, as the board and the public know, we have been researching social studies textbooks for elementary level over the past few years. This year, we did find one that did reflect more of the belief of the school district and included a bit more current language that we use when we're talking about our true history. So I'd like to open public hearing on this adoption.
Would anyone like to comment on that in the room? Is there anything on email?
Nothing on email.
All right.
This is just for public. We would discuss it later.
Okay. Then I believe we're going to close. All right. Then we're now closing the public hearing on the new curriculum adoption. Moving on to public comments. Starting in the room, and I'm Alberto. Okay. So before you start, I just have a statement to read.
Yes.
All right, members of the audience are welcome to address the Board of Trustees during public communications regarding items not listed on the above agenda. For items not on the agenda, we request you fill out a form. 3 minutes may be allowed to each speaker and a maximum of 20 minutes for each subject. The trustees cannot take action on these matters unless such matters are placed on a future agenda according to law. If the item is on the agenda, you will have the opportunity to speak. Please address the board president.
Good evening, board. Good evening, board president. My name is Alberto Lustre. I'm with the Carpenters Union Local 646. We cover Monterey County and Santa Cruz County. We used to have a local here at State Park. We actually closed the local, merged the actual local to Local 646, which is now Monterey. One of the reasons why I'm here is to actually introduce ourselves. I don't think nobody has come to the actual meetings and introduce themselves as far as the Carpenters Union or any type of union. The other reason is because I wanna take time to invite you, the board, to the actual training center in Morgan Hill to see what we do, how we train our students in Morgan Hill. We do have a facility that promotes the apprenticeship program for the actual young carpenters and brings opportunity for youth, minority, and women to join the Carpenters Union. And the third thing is that the third part that I'm here for is to actually encourage the actual board to put some type of language or Hapazaga type of language for the actual future projects coming up in the district. Often just asking for a responsible general contractor whenever we choose the projects to have a responsible general contractor that pays healthcare, apprenticeship, and local hire. At times we tend to actually, I've seen it all across the board. We go to the lowest bidder with no language. Often some of the contractors don't have any type of language or any type of protections for the workers. They don't have healthcare and they become a burden to the system. They don't have apprenticeship programs that actually doesn't have any opportunities for the youth or any of the kids that are struggling in school. There might be future builders. They're actually great builders, but sometimes, let's be honest, some of the kids are not really, some of the kids, they're not school is not a thing, but actually great builders. They can actually build with their hands. They create beautiful things, beautiful projects. So once again, my name is Albert Lustre. I'm with the Carpenters. Want to invite you, the board, to take a time to take a visit us at the training center in Morgan Hill and responsible general contractor for future projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have a card?
Yeah, okay.
We maybe attach it to the public comment card or something, so the district has.
Should be great.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And I'll send an email.
Oh.
There's more.
Okay.
We have one big chair.
There we go. No,
that's
we're really
Yeah.
good chairs.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can I get one? Cause I wanna make sure that our wood shop teacher can get in
Yeah.
contact.
100%. This,
We have a wood shop class here at New Brighton, and we'll make sure you get in contact.
Yeah.
CSPA.
Yeah, reach out. I'll send an email.
Brilliant, thanks.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys came.
Yeah, thank you. Any other items, public comment in the room? All right, anything on email?
Nothing on him.
All right. All right. Thank you. And moving on to standing reports. Superintendent, would you like to start us off?
I am only going to do one item, and that is to congratulate the New Brighton softball champion team. They won their league championship. Go Vikings. That's all from me.
All right.
and due to the.
All that,
Yeah, if the timing was different, we would have brought you.
For
Yeah.
sure.
I have nothing to report tonight since I have so many items on the docket.
And then I also have nothing to report tonight due to the length of the agenda, so forth.
Okay, all right. Moving on to items from CSEA.
You're not here.
Okay.
Stole their chair.
Okay. Anything on email?
Nothing on him.
Okay, all right, moving on to SDA.
Thanks. Hi, my name's Sally Walker. I teach first grade at Santa Cruz Gardens. I'm super happy to be here tonight. You guys. I'm here to tell you about all the great stuff happening in our district. So starting with Main Street had a fun and accessible art and soul auction last Friday, with the FOMS team doing an amazing job transforming the MU room into a beautiful space. People appreciated that the tickets were affordable. It made it more easy for like more people and parents to join. And the fact that childcare was included was a big hit. As the year winds down, Main Street is busy with field day, 5th grade promotion practice, and tons of other activities as they're getting ready to say goodbye to their students and their families for the summer. At SoCal L, they just wrapped up a fantastic Art from the Green event, which showcased their art and music programs too. Open house was a big success and great to see so many of the district office staff and board members join us. Now they're getting excited for the last few weeks of the school year with trips to the creek and the beach, plus their annual dance and field day, which will be a fun way to celebrate everything they've accomplished. Santa Cruz Gardens, we have very similar stuff happening at the end of the year as well. We had a very busy couple of weeks. Carlo, Sue Robinson, our counselor, and then Julianne Wolf, who was just here. They took a group of students to San Francisco to the Cal Hope Symposium to present and share what they've been working on. With their social emotional learning program. And it's been really great because some of the students have been coming into our classrooms as well and teaching that to our younger students. And now they're getting celebrated for that and got to go up to Sacramento, which is great. Last Friday, we had an amazing campfire skit put on by Mr. Boyce's class, music and skits. It was super fun. Monday, our students had dance recitals with our consultants, Ibu and Gina. It was very fun to have like a 6-week dance program. And then as the end of the year approaches, we're looking forward to field day as well, promotion, and tons of fun activities. Plus, one of our students is actually headed to the finals of the Invention Convention in Michigan too.
Wow.
We're super pumped about that too. And then lastly, at New Brighton Middle School, they just wrapped up their iReady testing, which is really intense. They're excited to see all the growth that they've made too. And like Mr. Turnbull said as well, the softball team just won the regional championship with an undefeated season in which they won every game by 10 runs per single.
Wow.
And then for our track team, nearly 100 students turned out and participated in the practices and meets. And then for the second year in a row, over 40 students applied to join the AVID program for next year. And they're also had a great showing for their 6th grade international games, which is nice. And their students are ending the year on a positive note with lots of participation and extracurricular activities. Stuff happening. But yeah, since this is the last meeting on behalf of SEA, we just wanted to take the time to say thank you for all of your time that you've committed to our district. And yeah, hope you have a restful and relaxing summer break.
Who is going to the invention?
I believe it is, oh, you know what? I can't
Mitchell
remember.
E. Arts.
Okay, because those they narrowed it down a little bit.
Was it
What
the
was his-
backpack? Was it the, do you remember, anybody remember the project?
LDSM, what is it?
This is it's the,
Was it the shower?
the slide, to prevent.
Yeah, like seismic stuff.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Hillside. Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Good.
There was
I
one
think the
one
backpack
from
was
each-
from another school,
I mean,
and I think
East Street,
the
the
backpack
backpack.
going too, right?
Yeah,
The
we have
backpack's
one from
going
each
too.
elementary school.
Oh, too.
Yeah.
We got some cool.
No worries backpacking.
Yeah, I've been ready for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for such a thorough update. I love all the details. All right, moving on to items from trustees. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. We appreciate that. Items from trustees.
What we do? Yeah, I can't remember it yesterday. I don't have much. I went to a Capitola board meeting, Capitola Council, two not too much reflecting on the board there. Yeah. We had open. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We enjoyed our open house.
Yeah.
I think this might have been my first year in a really long time that I got to go to SoCal's Art on the Green just due to like scheduling conflicts. And it was really delightful. Such a wonderful community event celebrating the arts and every student's participation. So really loved that. Enjoyed open house at Main Street and SoCal. Enjoyed attending the Twyla Awards, Career Youth Leadership Awards, and I brought the program as a souvenir. Happy to pass it around to the board, and then maybe if anyone in the audience wants to take a look, happy to share that. And then The SCUSBA, Santa Cruz County School Boards Association, met on May 12th, where Dr. Sabah gave another update on the local impacts from federal policy and budget changes. And Scott shared that information with us. And then we had a presentation from Chris Reef of CSBA with a legislative update. And I always like to mention that Chris Reef is a proud product of Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary and New Brighton Middle School. He's now an adult who runs the legislative program for CSBA.
Oh, we went to Measure P.
And we went to the design, oh my gosh, we went to the design.
Well, you were, I just hopped in one, that's all I did.
We'll
discuss more.
Pretty important, yeah.
I went to the SoCal open house, had a lovely time. I think it's one of the first chances I've had to really spend some time at that school. So just lots of great things in the classroom, lots of wonderful supportive art and projects that the kids are doing.
Yeah. There's so many great events. It's hard for me to not go. So I went to Main Street, open house, SoCal L open house. Again, with Amanda, Arts on the Green, which is really fun. You see like the choir program, the dance program, you see the art, and all the parents and guardians and friends bring chairs and they sit in the yard. And I was imagining the future amphitheater, how great that's going to be.
Yeah.
We're excited for that. And I will say that the highlight of all my visits was the Queer Youth Leadership Awards, where some of our own were nominated, Em and Jessica, so great. And I wanted to thank everyone that attended. I thought that was, I just love what they do, and I love the way that they honor those students. And we have an exciting thing that the board would like to say thank you so much to Scott, because Scott was nominated as Superintendent of the Year. George has a photo.
Yeah.
The board has a card, and I baked you some brownies.
I would have won earlier.
And then Jessica, did you want to comment a little bit about the night?
I would love to comment. This is Scott and his lovely wife and his award. It was a wonderful event. Not only was Scott nominated, but he did win the Superintendent of the Year for our region, which is 3 counties large. It's San Benito County, Monterey County, and Santa Cruz County. So it's a really big deal. We had a couple members of our staff there, quite a few members of our staff there, which was really nice in support of our superintendent. And I will say that writing the application for his nomination was easy, but also was really nice to have Carissa and Callie write a letter of support that goes to the region, so they can hear other perspectives about the nominee and then the eventual winner. So, yeah.
So thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, pass them around.
Can we put this on that table and just have brownies? I was imagining a full room. There we go.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got some very lovely right now.
Oh, no, I'll save it for
Yeah,
dessert.
for dessert. Okay. We had to keep it secret.
No,
You
you guys-
wouldn't want that.
You guys are too kind.
Did you win the raffle?
No raffle.
All right, now we're moving on to a presentation from the City of Capitola. Thank you so much for your patience. Yes.
Do I need to speak into the mic, or I can just?
Yeah.
We hear you.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Kahn. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Capitola. I'm joined today with our Community Services and Recreation Director, Nikki Bryant, who I'm sure you all have met before, because she deals with the children. I much less deal with the children. Thank you so much for having us this evening. We really love your partnership, and I really love being able to watch all the celebrations you guys have at the end of the year. That was super fun. So. Anyway, so I'm here today to talk about the Drake Street property. We have 2 projects going on, and I was going to give you an update on both of them. So going to do this quickly because I know you guys got a lot going on today. I'm a fast talker. So in 1982, the city had leased the park from the school district, built a community center shortly thereafter, so it's coming up on its 40th birthday. We did a new long-term use agreement, thank you, in 2022. And it had some key commitments that the city made to improve the community center within 4 years, which we will be achieving. So you're all familiar with the park. The community center, as you all know, is a longtime hub for our community. They run Capitola there. It is Nikki's home office. It's also used as an emergency shelter. We've been able to use it in that way over some of these more recent storms. And really the purpose of the renovation, other than bringing a 40-year-old building up to current ADA standards, is also improving accessibility beyond the ADA standards for all users that we have coming through the facility. Also enhancing energy efficiency, and then addressing issues that we know we have at the property. Some of those ADA issues is this is not an ADA countertop. This is our main entrance that's getting a significant remodel. The front approach is also getting a significant remodel. And then you can see some of those deficiencies. In the 80s, they thought exposed beams, structural beams were a great idea. It is not. So these are some of the things that we were put in the long-term use agreement, big things like HVAC, HGA, exterior improvements, but also interior improvements with flooring and partition in the kitchen and general restroom renovations. So this is a mock-up of what we have currently going on at Jade Street Park. It does not reflect the landscaping, but it does give us a new entry that doesn't rain on you when you're standing outside. New siding, a lot of the idea of the architect, who could say it much more beautifully than I can, was to kind of reflect the wharf and the beach and the ocean and kind of give you that progression with some of the colors. And so there's wood on the side of it. And so here are our main interior renovations. So the blue squares here are the office spaces, which now are just 2 large spaces where all of rec lives. And so giving them a little more privacy, a little more separation for them to do their jobs more efficiently. The purple box is a single user restroom, which has been a really important add here, both for ADA reasons, but then also just inclusivity reasons generally. A renovation to our kitchen space there in the orange. And then the biggest part that people who are familiar with this facility that will be different is that green area used to be a collapsible wall. Now it's going to be a permanent wall. It's going to have storage in it. The storage that we currently have in the community center were very awkward, skinny closets that were not easy to use. So this is going to be a permanent wall. Is my understanding that the room on the right has really good light for art classes. So that's how it's going to remain. And then the purple is a new, like, soundproof, really nice divider wall. So we still have that ability to do the separation of space. And then our exterior improvements are including to renovate the patio areas to make them more accessible and just more inviting. Not that they're not inviting right now, but to make them more inviting, make them more accessible to outside of the building, and then also connecting that large patio to our new playground project. So the total construction cost we have going on right now is about $5 million. We have funding from Assembly Member Addis, got us about $1 million for this project. A community development block grant from the state, which is $3.2 million. And then the funds that the city was putting away for the renovations over several years. We really appreciate your support, both in this project, but also in housing us in your other facility over the duration of this project. And this is a lovely picture with your superintendent when Don Addis gave us a giant page. This was we awarded our contract to SSB Construction out of Salinas. And we started in April and we expect to be done in the spring. So the Treasure Cove Playground, which is by far my most favorite project that we have worked on ever, is to do a full replacement of this playground that was originally constructed in 1999 and had some renovations in 2007 into a universally accessible playground. And this has been a huge effort. We've had a lot of community input, and it's really been spearheaded by the County Park Friends, who I'm sure you're all familiar with, who were really instrumental in having Leo's Haven be constructed in the county. The design features, it's a marine and shoreline theme, obviously all inclusive elements, a custom octopus bell set. And this project also it also improves the path from the playground to the restrooms, which are by the basketball courts, and then making those restrooms ADA accessible as well. And then shade and seating throughout, as you would see in the more modern playgrounds.
You still have the little spring thing. Instead of a horsey, it's gonna be the fish.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So this is our current mock-up of the project. There's a big structure there on the bottom left, and then accessible swings, and then the smaller tie area on the right side there. And then that walkway around the baseball field there would be in concrete. Right now it's a decomposed granite. So here are some imagery pictures that we have of the accessible features and just fun for everybody. The County Park Friends really got a lot of people out commenting on not just it being, again, ADA accessible, but really truly accessible to all those in the community who are going to use it. So we're super excited to get this project started. It's in final design. Actually got the final designs yesterday. So very excited to put this one out to bid. The Friends raised more than $1 million with their visual donors and fundraising events. Major supporters were the Monterey Peninsula Foundation and the Rotary. And then a lot of other people, a lot of people.
Wow.
It was really, truly a full community participation on this project. So we are expecting to bid this project in the summer with anticipated groundbreaking in the winter time, hopefully a little ahead of the winter time so we get a lot of the site work done and don't have a big pool out there. I expect really the goal is to complete both of these projects within the spring so Nikki can be home for next summer season. Construction, bidding, and things like that are volatile and it depends on weather, but that is the initial goal we're setting for ourselves. So we're going to continue our community-centered construction, do our bidding, obviously maintain communication with the public. You can always contact us and ask questions about what's going on out there. And then hopefully we have a groundbreaking in the fall that we can invite you all to.
Great.
And again, just thank you so much. There have been a lot of partners on this project, but it really couldn't happen because it's your property without you all. And just the community as a whole, it's been really supportive of both of these projects. And we're just so excited that we're able to package it all up together and have a brand new facility for the community. And that is our website, and there are web pages for both of these projects that are updated. That I will turn it over to Nikki.
Well,
or unless you have any questions
for this, or we can do questions after, whatever.
That's super exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, holy cow.
It's a lot.
Dean did, yeah. We saw the design and all of us, I remember, were just so impressed with the whole thing. It's great. Love what you guys are doing. And I can't wait to hear about the Equity Swim program too.
Yeah, a lot of appreciation for city staff and also for council, it just, we've got a city council who throughout the years has, I think, really valued the collaboration with the district on this project and is really thinking a lot about needs of young families, and all citizens, but really, focusing on facilities that reach all of our kids, which is really appreciated. Yeah.
We're gonna have a climbing rock climb, a rock wall.
Not a large one, a small one.
Okay, there was a donation from the rock climbing.
Yes, that is a taught area feature. So yes, but
Perfect for us, Ted.
I should have abort finish at some point in the future.
Good evening. So as Jessica introduced me, my name is Nikki Bryant. I'm the Community Services and Recreation Director for the city. And I'm here to kind of give you a report out on the Equity Swim program. So just as which one do I push? That one? Yeah. So just as a quick reminder, this program was envisioned as a way to remove the barriers that prevent individuals from learning to swim. And that was the how do we do that? We're an oceanside community. We work with youth and we bring them to the ocean as a regular part of that. So there needs to be some barrier removals for that. So I reached out to Scott and said, hey, I got this idea, which I've done before, and that's how we have our after school program. So it worked out the first time. I thought I'd do it the second time too. And that was Equity Swim program. So Equity Swim works to prevent those barriers. Reduce those barriers, particularly around our ocean community. Students are put in the program in order to do skill development. We have students that show up that have no swimming ability, and we have students that show up who have a little bit, but they don't feel confident in the water. And our goal is to change that around. Also, learning to swim gives you access to recreation opportunities that are also in this community. And so that was a big piece of it, was creating an opportunity for students to get into the junior guard program. And the junior guard program, as we know, provides other opportunities as you continue to grow and has a professional aspect to it too. So ultimately creating an ocean safe community regardless of background. So the school district, this board here, contributed to the overall expense of this program in the last round of the beginning of the school year. So the whole you took on 50% of the program in order to facilitate these students. And then also assisted with identifying the students that are in your school district that would best benefit from these services. The city organizes a preseason family orientation in order to really build the community part. It's one thing to say, hey, let us have your kid in program, but let us have your kid in program and do risky things. And so we wanted to make sure that the families also saw us as part of their community. We provide the students with the supplies needed to be in the program. We also provide a snack. We do transportation from school, but we haven't limited enrollment this year. Previously, if you needed transportation, we would try and work with you. But once we hit that cap, if you still wanted to come, you were still able to enroll. You would just have to do transportation on your own. And so that was a wonderful new change to this program this year, where we actually expanded our enrollment previously, because we only have one van to get around all of your schools, and that's, you know, limiting. And so then we provide swim lessons, and more importantly, we provide the mentorship side of it. So we have city staff, lifeguard staff, that are not only working with the swim lesson part of it, but they're also there as like kind of an after school, like let's do your homework while we wait, and talking about the programs that they could continue to be involved in the city's programs as well. All right, and then so the fun part is the outcomes of this. So your very generous contribution enrolled 22 students this year, and then this is the breakdown from each student. 19 of those started at a beginner level. 2 of them were in intermediate, and 1 of them was in the more advanced stroke development, which means that they were progressing to something that could grow towards a swim team level. At the end of this school year, from when we started the program in late January. Now 17 of those participants are at an intermediate level, and all these check boxes is all of their names blacked out, but that's the skills that they have done. So 17 are now at an intermediate level. 3 of them are in stroke development, so ability to progress towards a swim team, and still just the 2 remain at beginners. And so overall, we have 21 of those original 22 that are currently enrolled in the junior guard program. We are very excited about this. And like I said, it's those lifeguards that are going to be with them on the beach that have been with them all year. So it's this opportunity to have that full year cycle of investment into something that is recreation-based education, community, and growth. And we're very excited to celebrate that. And I believe it's just fun stuff after that. And I do also want to just take a minute to recognize that not only does that contribution towards Equity Swim, which is worth talking about. You also support our after-school program and by granting dollars that go to allow students to enroll and support that program. And that's been a relationship that we've had for a really long time as well. And our after-school is a wonderful, thriving community. Not quite as exciting as reporting out on this sort of stuff, but they are a wonderful, thriving community and we are very grateful for that contribution that comes along with it as well. So here's to the summer.
Yeah.
And all of the fun stuff that we get to, and we look forward to this next coming school year. So thank you. I can answer any questions.
Yeah, swim. Do you eventually take them into the ocean? I see the lifeguard here, but the kids, they get acclimated to our fine warm water.
So the program, it's actually happening this week or next week, that the students that are enrolled in Equity Swim with city staff will be taking a beach day field trip. And through that, they will be given a little bit of the orientation as to like what junior guards is going to be like, and also just begin the how do you read the ocean? How do you as an individual be safe? Now that you have these skills, where's the rest of the education? Because as we know, just because we know how to swim doesn't mean the ocean doesn't present risk, and really getting them that next level. And then they will hopefully get a lot more of that in junior guards too.
Wonderful program.
Yeah. I am so impressed with these numbers and the growth, and then their interest in being enrolled in junior guards. I mean, that's just really heartwarming. I love this program.
Thank you. We're very excited about it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, back in the day, there used to be a beef with the city and the school district. And nobody ever got together to do any programs like this. So it's really great to see that we are in partnership. And I walk my dog in the mornings through J Street on a leash, and I can see the development. Yeah, based by Chad. But anyways, it's really coming along too.
Thank you. I honestly attribute it to your superintendent of the year. And being willing to say, hey, let's build this relationship. And that was one of the first things that I did when I came to the city, was to start having those conversations, and here we are. So it's all of us that make all of this possible, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
That's great. And it's life-saving.
Mhm.
First thing I ever did
Yeah.
with my kids was teach them how to swim.
Yeah.
You know, 100%. Great job.
Number one preventable child death.
You bet.
Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
We value your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
So appreciate you being here.
Yay.
Wonderful.
All right, I, yes.
Awesome.
I am noticing some superstars entered the room. And I think we should go back in the agenda and give them the awards that we would like to give them.
I approve.
So second round of recognizing our 2025 Santa Cruz County Math Contest participants.
All right. You guys are getting a double whammy tonight. Right?
Yeah.
To the other, Ethan Dickinson. Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, it doesn't, I'm not 100%. Matthew Sherman. Kane Callahan.
Oops.
Alec Kimball.
I knew I'd get one. Congratulations.
Yeah, great job,
Congratulations.
man.
Thank you.
Excellent.
That's true.
Wow.
Yeah.
Omri Younger,
Oh, that's sixth graders.
Okay.
sixth grader. Kevin Dillery. Okay. Gray Weisinger. Raphael Lincoln. Henry Kessler.
Congratulations. Good job.
Elijah Kessler.
I know if we had one.
Congratulations, Elijah. Excellent work. Zoe Covey. Congratulations, Zoe. Great job. Yeah, you bet. And of course, last but not least, Luke.
Love your mathematical shirt.
Yeah, that's the math shirt. Come on.
You almost like math.
You have a very good math teacher, Hateford. Very, very. She is outstanding.
And who's that?
Rinaldi.
Okay. Great. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for mentioning that. We have terrific teachers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're coming back.
Yeah.
Go celebrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why you guys make it?
Yeah.
We'll see you at promotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good night.
Thank you. There's a trash can somewhere.
Take a, yeah, take
Yeah.
a brownie.
Have a birthday. Yay.
Oh my gosh, nice to meet you.
I have to bake for every board meeting now.
Yeah, you're setting the bar pretty high.
Most likely.
El Cap themed brownies, budget themed brownies.
Closed section brownie.
Yeah.
Yay.
Those are also all my students.
Yeah, what a great night.
Exactly.
All right, moving on to 9B, presentation. There they are. Come on in.
It's your turn for brownies.
What's that?
Have a brownie.
Is it least?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just some children.
Different form.
No, fine. Fine.
All right, we are ready for our presentation from Vijay Jaya Chandran of Stacked regarding Measure P design team.
You're the only one who calls my last name. Nice. So, so just giving you an update on where we are, with all the projects that we've started. So we're gonna talk a little bit of, safety planning, that we're thinking of in all the school sites. Some of the camera, overhead camera and the visitor sighted systems. And then we're using a facility use software that we're testing out. We tested it here only right now, right? New Bright.
Right.
Yeah. And then the design process. We'll show you all these projects that we're working on and then the budgets. This is a lot of words, but in general, we're just looking at physical, how we're addressing campus security with physical security. Things like perimeter fencing, limiting the entry points so that you have more control of who's entering and exiting. Control vehicular access and using technology, the cameras, and visitor management systems. And then the other stuff is all procedures and emergency preparedness, but it's not really directly addressed by what we're designing, but more like systems that the district can adopt. So the district's working with Barkada. And these are three sites that we're looking at. Some areas we have cameras already in place, and we're doing an evaluation to see where the blind spots are. And so we had an interesting discussion in one of the meetings where I think there was still blind spots and kids were doing, they knew where the blind spots were.
Yeah.
So we're still evaluating that. New Brighton's adopted the visitor sign-in, which is very effective. I've been using it, and it's pretty nice.
On the cameras, are they recorded? Like, is the history recorded, or is it just live cameras?
I'm
They're
sure, I'm sure.
archived, and
Yeah,
we
sure.
delete it after 30 days if we don't have use for them.
Yeah.
Right, George? Thank you, George.
It's a company called Facilitron that we
they give a presentation to the district. They're looking at this as potential adopt. They basically do, it's an online platform for facility rentals, so it takes the pressure away from the district staff. They showcase all the district facilities. And so if a user wants to use a facility, they go through the software, schedule it, and then an email comes to the district and the district approves it or doesn't approve it. But district has full control. They manage all the insurance, the payments, and they manage the revenues. They charge 10% of the total revenue up to $10,000. Like, so for a minimum of 100K annual. If you don't make the 100K, you still have to pay the balance of, whatever makes up to 10,000. But that's what they need.
And I will just add on there, if it's okay, if you don't mind, Vijay, that we're gonna look at other systems too. This is not the only one. And we also have some really good negotiators in our district. And so that $100,000 bar, I'm confident that we can find some way to ease into that, given that we're growing the robustness of our facilities, first with the new Brighton field, but soon, down the road. So I think we can sell that and get a better deal. Just a little add-on to that. Yeah.
But that will cover the district, right?
Right, right. And this, we're anticipating, now, right now, business does it. That means really Pam does it, right? And so it falls on a human because, we don't have a lot of facilities that folks are leasing out. The PAC is good, the gym is good, but now it's going to be a lot more, right? And so we need to move to a more automated system, but we're going to look at other systems, and I think we can get a really good deal so that it doesn't necessarily have to reach that $100,000 bar the first year.
Right.
That's great.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me interrupt. Sorry.
Feel free to, Okay, so this was,
love
I
this.
guess like 7-8 weeks ago, Jim at one of the meetings said, hey, we've not asked the kids what they want, what they like, what they don't like. And so that got us to this point where we said, we asked all the kids in all the campuses to draw a right for things they like or don't like. And we got responses from Santa Cruz County, Santa Cruz Gardens, from approximately 20 students. And these are some of the responses that we got.
Zip line, I love it.
Zip line. If you get a moment, read the one.
Student lounge.
It's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. It's very good.
Are you seeing it? Okay.
Get
It's
loud.
They should be on the board.
Students,
I like the one. I like the one that had some voting with the stars or prioritized with stars. Like that.
There's a lot more, but this is just the highlighted ones that we picked.
And we got a bunch from SoCal too, right? I think it was just after they came
We
in
have-
hand at that meeting.
So we haven't put that together.
Very cool.
Water park was.
Yeah. I have water.
So recapped it all.
So it's interesting.
It's hilarious.
So everything on the left is where we got more than one response, and everything on the right is where we got just one.
One person wants that water park.
I
like the hot tub.
No liability there.
That's not bad.
But if you look at it, the only thing that, we're addressing some of them. Soccer, the student, not the student.
Water pump.
Soccer goals. We're addressing some of them.
Are we addressing water fountains?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are required to put it when you do fields.
Yeah.
And some want better restrooms, huh?
Yes, there were definitely.
Okay.
Fences.
Yeah. And in the other comments, more trees.
Yeah.
Tree house.
Shade, that baseball field.
And that's a good point, the lockers. Are we doing something with anything with the lockers?
No, we had the discussion whether to keep the existing lockers or to remove it and replace, and I think the consensus was just not do anything.
Keep the same lockers.
Yeah.
Well, the lockers, was that from Santa Cruz Gardens then?
This is from Santa Cruz Gardens, yeah.
Okay.
Do we?
But we don't have lockers there.
I
Maybe
just
they
realized
were-
that,
They were excited for middle school.
Yeah.
They're thinking ahead.
Yeah.
So going to the SoCal project, so we are in the design process for the fields. the fields and the amphitheater and the jogging track. So if you look on the left, the 2025 to 26 project, that's design construction. We're going to be doing the synthetic fields, the amphitheater, jogging track. We're reconfiguring the parking to add to get 12 additional stalls. And we're considering adding some parking up there for staff, and that gives you an additional 12. So increasing the parking on the side. We're adding a ramp here that goes to the admin area, the new trash enclosure, and the lunch shelter, the shape.
BJ, is there anything regarding charging stations in the parking lot?
We can have it if it's required. I don't think we are required to.
Okay, I was just curious. I know that's become very popular.
Yeah.
Here at New Brighton.
We can provide infrastructure for it, and can come back in the future and add. Yeah, I don't think we have, unless you're building a new parking lot, you're not required to have.
We came up very early in the process and we haven't really spoken about it.
Yeah. Curious how many of the teachers have electric vehicles.
It's been well used over here in New Brighton, so some
consider
kids
to
e-bikes.
VJ, could you talk to us about relocating the kiln?
Yes, no, that doesn't exist. Because right now it's in the basement.
It does now.
It's in the basement of this building. It's not good. We shouldn't even talk about it.
But maybe teachers have used it, so we're putting it in a different place.
Yeah, so we're
making it.
thinking of relocating it in this room out here. Maybe consider
where the 2 is.
Sorry, where the 2 is out here.
Oh, yeah, it's like a storage closet.
The storage closet.
Yeah.
Considering that when you do that, you have to do a lot of fire rating to the wall. That's a lot of cost. There is another option of putting it outside and fencing it off. So that's another option we're considering. So that's the phase 1 project. The second phase, modernization. We're going to modernize the main building and the courtyards and relocate the kitchen. And then in 26, 27, we'll come back and modernize these buildings. So that's the plan for Soquel. And then this is just a plan of the main building. Completely trying to reconfigure the admin area so that you have better control access from the entry to the courtyards. We're going to enlarge the number of enlarge the toilets for the staff, and then modernize the classrooms. The existing boys and girls restrooms, they're in good condition, they comply, so we're just gonna refresh it. Just, paint and clean it.
Everything's ADA compliant.
Yes.
Would you just walk us through the new entryway of the office at SoCal? Just the like how someone might walk in, where do they check in with the secretary?
Right, so we haven't designed that yet.
Oh, okay, so we're not
doing that now in the next month. But one thought is a lot of these walls are not structural, so we're probably just thinking of taking it all out and reimagining the space.
Okay.
And just give a better space flow. Classrooms modernization, we're actually going to tear it down to the studs and take all the utilities, electrical wiring into the walls and then seal it up.
When you're reimagining this, this is just me. I've always thought it a little awkward because you have to park and then you have to walk actually into the school in order to get into the main building. I'm just not sure what the security concerns are. Like if somebody walks into the school in order to get to the main door, you have to literally walk in. You have access to the whole school on your way into that the main building, right?
Yeah.
So
we're going to, that's one of the main reasons we're remodeling the office. Because right now, if you do it the right way, you walk into the office and you still got a straight shot. If you just got a good pace, you just walk right by the secretary and you're in.
Right.
Or you go around the back and you're in. Well, the new fencing will stop that.
Okay.
And that's why we're building an ADA ramp to get everybody to have to go into that office. So we need to create a way that they get there, but it's almost impossible for them to go any further until they have checked in and figured it out.
Yeah, just limit that.
It's a very, go to your next slide, BJ. It's such a tricky, the whole thing is so tricky.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a tricky space. The blue, yeah, I mean, I'm sure many of you or all of you have been in the staff room. It's just not feasible. They had a teacher appreciation lunch and they all ate outside. Because the staff room only had room for the food. And so it needs to be reimagined. That's why you have good architects, because they see
Yeah,
that.
so the courtyards are gonna be also reimagined because right now nothing complies. A civil engineer walked the site and was like, where do I start? It's just.
When was SoCal L built?
Like 18.
I have a photograph of it.
1921?
21,
Yeah.
1921.
Cool, yeah.
Or,
I thought it was
yeah.
24, yeah.
24? Oh, okay. 24.
Yeah.
I have a photo.
Wow. This is a little overdue.
21.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
21.
Wow.
Yep.
Are you doing things in the courtyard? Or what do you mean
Yes.
reimagining the courtyard?
Well,
Like
reimagining
benches
to make it compliant, so that all your doorways have an accessible path. And because there's a lot of uneven grades, it may end up that we'll have like flat areas and then like a accessible path that meanders through it, and flat areas, instead of it being sloping, it'll be flat, so you can staff can sit outside. So little, creative areas that it can be used.
Yeah.
Without the other thing that we will have to discuss when we get into the design stage, we have a stage there. We have to figure out what we're gonna do with it. It's gonna be there. We want to take it out, all that will come into play when we get into design.
And right now that stage is like, it's kind of part of those two classrooms,
Yeah,
right? Like the
yeah.
classrooms are two levels.
Those multi-level classrooms.
Yeah, with something underneath them as well. Yeah.
Right, and the kiln right now is
Yeah.
under this space.
I heard it wasn't there.
Yeah. It doesn't exist.
I think it's helpful to see this because from the design committee meeting, I know we'll get to budget in a couple of slides, but talking just about, the scope of the project for this particular building, just
This
due to
building
its
needs
age.
to work.
Yeah.
Did that used to be like an auditorium? Oh.
We think so, the Green Library, because I'm older, but I wasn't here in 21. The Green Library and those two classrooms, I think, was an auditorium, and at the back end was the stage.
Mhm.
And then they put a wall in to make a library and put a wall in to make two classrooms or two spaces. They had been classrooms, but for a long time now, they've been things like speech and OT and stuff.
Main Street, the 25-26 projects, again, the fields. Something I did not mention, I think, in the last board meeting, in the change from the last board meeting to now is that the jogging track is no more synthetic, it's asphalt. We've been advised not to use synthetic because it has a lot more wear and tear, and so it's not gonna last, so it's better to go asphalt.
For all of the elementaries?
For all the
Yeah.
fields.
And New Brighton?
No.
No.
Okay.
And so if I may just get over here, so we have the same configuration of the fields, the baseball's being rotated, now you have a full baseball field that fits the Little League standards. And it doesn't fall into the line of,
Yeah.
the solar panels. Have a concrete platform there for future batting cage if you need one. And then we have ADA ramps that lead up to, lot of flat areas so you can have crowds of people up there. The amphitheater, it's been curved. And then this year we are modernizing the roof of the upper commons. And then in 26, 27, we come back and finish the other buildings.
BJ, are those dugouts next to the field?
Yes.
Okay. Are those built lower, underneath the level of the ground?
It'll be the same level.
They'll be on grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
But probably chain link up and over the top stands.
Yeah.
Fine. And what about lights on the field? Do we just, no lights on the field?
Yeah. We'll have
environmental impact and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. We'll have some lights, area light, like low lights, because you are required to give it from accessible parking to your new project that's required now. So we'll have some area lighting.
Has anything changed with the amphitheater?
No, so if you remember the last thing, the amphitheater was more angular.
Yeah.
So we.
You curved it. And for what purpose? Light in the kids' faces?
We just made it more equitable from all the sites, the same design, so one doesn't look completely different. And, you know, and I think it was one of the comments that we received. I don't remember if it was at the board meeting or one of the committee meetings. The question was raised: why are we doing this angular? It made sense.
But sun in the kids' faces, or
Yeah,
did
so
we
we'll
figure that
have-
out?
We'll have the sail shade over the whole thing.
The whole thing, because I think it was only over the stage
Well, yeah,
before.
only the stage, but we are gonna protect the south is here, so you have your sun, it moves this way. So we'll strategically place it so it casts a shadow when it's used.
Great.
But what's just to the south of the basketball court?
Those are those, I don't know what they call the ball walls.
Oh, the
Ball ball.
Yeah, ball walls.
Oh,
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah.
bring back the other ball.
Yeah.
So at one of the committee meetings we had, there was, we were asked to put one more basketball.
Yeah.
So we may do one here.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, one's never enough.
And it's okay if we pin it up against that building that's down there in the bottom left, because that's CKC and there's nobody in there during the school day. So our kids are right up to it. Wow, it's not bothering any people.
And the CNS, oh, that's the future, the CNS update?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll wait for that.
Yeah. And Santa Cruz Gardens, so we haven't planned the future projects, but we're still going ahead with the site fields. Again, slight changes, just earlier the home tape was in this area, we've moved it here. It's a better orientation, we have the same jogging track around it. And in the parking lot, for how many parking slots we're getting, but so it's a new parking lot and a new fire access. From the entry goes there, the little hammerhead, so the trucks can back off, turn, come back. And some ADA parking closer to the fields.
Can you talk again about the asphalt versus the other material?
The synthetic.
Yeah, the synthetic. Like, is that?
The corners wear out really quickly. So anytime if you have an oval track and they're running and they're turning, it's really hard on the synthetic field. And so instead of a 12-year lifespan, you may be looking at 6 or 8. Whereas asphalt is less expensive and it's going to last for a long time. So that's the reasoning behind it. Yeah.
Is it difference in cost?
Yeah, it's gonna be less expensive than the asphalt.
Yeah.
There's not as much sub work, underground work that you have to do for the asphalt paving.
It's like $15 to $20 a square foot cheaper.
Isn't it harder on the, just. on
Worse
your
for the
joints?
knees, worse for everything, you know, but.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although, right, I mean, by comparison, like, right, right now, you know, in that area in particular, it's you're on dirt with lots of gopher holes and uneven surfaces. I mean, the advantage of having asphalt, or, you know, you probably consider DG or something else, right?
DG is an option, but it also requires maintenance.
Right.
It's not a permanent solution.
Right.
Asphalt's more a permanent solution. In terms of maintenance, it's cheaper. Asphalt versus synthetic. But yes, you're right. I mean,
It's also really hot.
It is harder.
We could, I mean, we could get cost estimates
Yeah,
for both.
I think that would be helpful to understand what the.
See how much money.
Yeah, I'll get.
I'm totally on that page too. I mean, I would much rather have the best for, I mean, if we're gonna redo it, you know. I'd love to see options.
Yeah.
Great.
All right, we'll do that. Then you, Brian. So you're embarking on an ambitious project.
Oh, yeah.
We are going to be plan right now is to modernize the library, to convert the classrooms 41 and 41, 42 into offices. Improve the courtyard so that the library can use this courtyard as an extension. The library right now has a fairly large window, which we're thinking demolishing and just converting that into a roll-up door. So kids can get out and use the courtyard space. The same concept for the 2 steam rooms. Yeah, they will use this courtyard.
The 2 what?
They're the steam.
Science room, STEM.
Oh, science.
Oh, I thought he said me
Well,
too.
isn't that steam?
Steam
Yeah,
like
steam.
science.
Yeah.
STEM.
I don't know, I thought it was.
Sometimes there's an A and
Well, they
sometimes
throw it
there's
in
not.
there if you have art. in
Yeah,
your
if you have art.
career.
So there is.
No,
They're good.
steam is a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, no, this.
Oh, TBD. There's another acronym.
There you go. It's a man that likes meetings right here.
I like steam room.
Yeah, I thought the same.
Yeah.
What do you guys-
Well, the kids asked for a hot tub.
I don't know, it's middle school.
Softball team did come in first.
Modernize the lobby, and the restrooms, the gym. A new shade structure over the lunch area. And then fencing, that just in patches where we can completely seal off the campus. In this area, the existing pathway is very steep. There's no way for us to make it compliant. So the thought was, the civil engineer came up with the idea of sort of meandering and creating a scenic route out of the campus. And therefore we'll do some landscaping around it.
BJ, when you're talking about modernizing the science rooms, are you talking about adding gas and making?
No, the program doesn't need gas.
Doesn't?
No.
Okay.
So let's get to the science room now. So the plan is to modernize the science rooms and have two science rooms. And when we walked the site, our structural engineer was there and she mentioned, so we did the cost evaluation of modernizing it. So the rule is at DSA, if the cost of modernization approaches 50%, the replacement value of a building, you have to do a full scale structural evaluation, which means they look at all the foundation, all the connections, the roof, and if there's any fixes to be done, it has to be fixed. If you're unable to fix it and the building still doesn't meet all the structural seismic needs, then you have to demolish the building. So that's where this building is. Now to modernize this building is roughly, I want to say like 80% cost of replacing the building. And so we just threw the question out there, do you want to replace it and build a new building? We haven't made any decisions, but it's up there. It's out there. We don't know.
I mean, it sounds
Would
like we're locked into it anyways, right? If it's the 50%, we have to demolish it and we're.
Not demolish it, you have to reevaluate the building structure completely from the foundation up to the roof. And if there is deficiency, you have to fix it. If it cannot be fixed, you have to demolish it. So.
And so if there's deficiencies and you have to fix them, then the remodel becomes more expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're getting closer and closer to being dollar for dollar.
Well, the thing is.
Remodeling and replacing.
And if you look at the state of the building, because right now the way it is, we have to do the exterior, the siding's all rotten. You have to do the roof. There may be dry rot under the roof, we don't know.
There will.
And all the interior has to be refinished, so we're almost rebuilding the entire building.
It sounds like you're already leaning in that direction.
Keeping it open.
BJ, would it be in the same location?
And then now if it doesn't have to be,
Potentially you'd look.
Yeah, this is a relatively new development. I mean, we had this conversation with the engineers last week.
Yeah.
And then, so I always assumed that would be in the same footprint. It may not be exactly the same size, the way there's so many names for that building, but most of it's called Building J now, even though it's got an A on it. And some people still call it Old Art Wood Shop, so whatever, there's a chase going down the middle, a plumbing chase, so you get in there and all the plumbing and stuff goes in there, but that wastes, I don't know what, 200 square feet maybe in there. So you gain that back. We have these stem wall issues in this building that can't be torn out because they're structural, and that chops up the building, possibly making supervision iffy because a kid wants to hide back in that corner. All of those things can be
Yeah.
taken care of. And you got brand new.
And in terms of cost, I mean, they're very
So
close,
I am.
modernization, replacement, very close to each other. The only thing it affects is time cost, because now, if you're building it new, it just takes a little longer than modernizing it, but.
But if you're building it new, you can make it better.
Exactly.
You know, you really modernize it.
Yep.
And then you've got the advantage of it not being a used space right now, right? I mean, I think there are things stored in there, right? But,
Yes.
we're not having to shuffle kids to different classrooms, we're not having to move teachers.
That's really emphasizing where we're going with STEM and, you know, getting our middle schoolers. Yeah.
I'm remembering an earlier comment from the PE department too, that they would appreciate that space. We had talked about it being removed, that building, so to think about it being moved, I bet what the PE department would be encouraged by that.
Moving, and we have to figure out where we're gonna move it, because
Yeah.
there's not much real estate left,
Right.
so we're gonna figure that out. So some considerations for the library, this is for the windows that I was talking about. Just make that door and then reimagine the space a little bit, so an outdoor area for the library.
Is that area ever gonna be fenced off, or are you just gonna depend?
It will be fenced off.
It'll be fenced off.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll still need an exit gate for emergency,
Yeah.
but. So this is from the FMP. These are the budgets that we're allocated for each school site. You remember 73 million, we're working backwards to planning for 66 million. These are again budgets, estimated budgets. Right now we're at 69. So a little over, but still okay, because estimated numbers are higher. But we're tracking budgets and looking at escalation. Still don't have escalation numbers for next year, but it won't be 5%, it may be higher, we don't know yet.
You say higher?
Yeah, because we don't know. That's it.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. Thank you. And I'm sorry I missed the moment, but if we could go back to the Santa Cruz Gardens slide.
Sure.
I hadn't seen an interior, is that a parking lot?
This one?
Yeah, I hadn't seen that be, no, higher.
Yep.
Yes, are those parking spaces?
There's some parking, with accessible parking for access, easy access to the fields. And you may have, you want to bring equipment or. Just making it a little easier.
I just would like to reiterate that the field really is for the school, number one, and just the students walking across to the field to me is the number one priority.
Right.
Putting cars between the path of walking to me just doesn't make sense.
So the idea is not to make this an active, not open during school hours, definitely not, because we have a gate here, it'll be closed. These beige colored, this concrete pathway just gives kids a safe path to the fields. The gates are closed, but once there are events or after school, then the gates are open.
I hear that, it just, the priority is our students at the school and the teachers, and I don't know, park spots in there, just to me strays us from what that is really for. And it's not that far to walk, and
Sure.
I don't know, that's just my 2 cents.
So fair point.
And so then what is the space that between D and G? That,
E and G, this.
yeah, what is that?
So we're not touching that area, but it's for future, if you do workforce housing, there's enough space.
What will be there right now? Is it grass? Is it concrete?
Well, it's a road to the parking lot.
With that whole.
No,
Everything.
The G.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Well,
Oh,
the,
between B and G is what she's saying.
This area, it will remain dirt.
that's dirt.
That's where people are gonna walk their dogs.
Yeah.
That's where.
Okay, so that is a field right now. That's grass. I mean, this is like
Yeah,
our, it's our sage program school, like it's our garden school. I just, the less, asphalt, the better, I
Yeah,
think.
We won't do asphalt for sure.
Or,
But I
I'm
think
thinking
staff asked
PG.
for parking. I mean, staff needs parking.
But isn't that what E is?
You're right.
He is parking, yes.
So I don't think we have to have the extra parking spots right by the field.
And that's all I'm
So that's it.
putting my
But we
little
do
2
have
cents
to
on.
do-
I don't think
do
we
have
need
to
extra
do that
parking.
big Turnaround for fire, because that one that turns about halfway up, that turns to the right and stops, that's a hydrant. So somebody's probably Central Fire is gonna say, no, we need access to that.
Okay, and that's asphalt because a fire truck has to drive on it?
Yes.
Okay, so then we're adding on parking, so I guess that's what I'm
Right.
just putting my 2 cents on. I would love to limit parking in our inner school, that's the middle of the property. That's the heart of the school.
I agree with BJ, it will not be used during the school day. And it may not even be used for events, depending on who.
And are
rents
there
it.
curbs?
There's gonna have
like-
to be some sort of curbs, yeah.
So, okay, so it's feeling parking lotty, it's feeling, asphalt, cement, I
think even if we don't put in the parking spots, there's gonna be curbs.
with the road for the fire trucks?
Yep.
All right, well, I'm one voice, but I'm saying it.
Those spaces.
No, I don't disagree.
requested?
It's a fair point.
It's a very fair point.
Were those spaces requested up there?
Every school staff wants more parking,
Yeah.
so yeah, not
And-
specifically, but
How
you
many,
same
Sorry.
thing that we did with the kids, you ask the teachers, parking is gonna be at the top at any school you go to.
how many lots or parking lots is E? How many are we
I
adding?
don't know.
But it is an increase over what's there now.
Yeah,
It's a massive increase.
Yeah, it was like
It's-
25.
It's like, is that our whole staff at Santa Cruz Gardens? Almost?
pretty much.
Yeah.
I think staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, Scott,
Mhm.
staff pretty much eats up all the current parking. So like if we have if the 3 or 4 of us go up to do a presentation, we have to park outside of the school right now, which is neither here nor there, but that proves to you how hard it is to get a parking spot. And if you're a parent that has a meeting during the day, it's hard for you to find a parking spot. And so I definitely believe E is needed, plus
Yeah.
that space for E is just nothing. So
Right.
it's, if you're gonna make a parking lot, make it there.
So, yeah,
But the school could definitely live without those parking spots by the field.
that's,
we'll-
yeah,
We'll be
that's
the-
all I was saying. I get E makes a lot of sense. But just that extra,
That-
just saying it, because that's in addition to what it was.
Yeah, and that big driveway though is going in.
Okay,
Because if
yeah.
we don't put it in, they're gonna make us put it in.
Yeah, we need it, we need it.
And that will definitely.
And that's the only way for a fire truck to access the back of the school.
And that's where CKC
If
is.
the
and-
20 wing
Yeah.
is having a problem, they go back there and then they can go across the playground, the blacktop, and get to that building. That's the only way to get back there.
Yeah.
So. Like when we first did this, I was under the impression like. If we did have any workforce housing, it was gonna be over here, which is out of the way of the school. If we decide to do workforce housing, we're gonna have a multi-story building right here between the school and the field. So I originally, I thought it was gonna be way over on a side somewhere, it would have its own parking, its own separate thing.
Workforce housing is gonna sit here, this area.
Okay, so it's not gonna be right
No,
here
no,
between
no,
the field and
no,
the school.
no.
Okay.
I just had one more question. At the very beginning of your slideshow, you talked about doors that lock from the inside. Is that, are those the doors with a pass or is it a key door? Or is that too much of a detail that we're not there yet? Okay, yeah.
Please.
Currently, we have push button locks on all of our doors, so lock from the inside without having to do it with a key, without
Right.
having to go outside. So
Right.
It's worked really well since we did it.
Simple and
we-
safe.
We did it right after,
Columbine.
yeah, and so we have that now.
Yeah.
And we had a great locksmith who recommended this lock, and it wasn't a $350 Schlage, it was a less expensive, and they're 12 years old now, and hardly any of them broken down. I'm at an elementary school pretty much every day in Santa Cruz, and I've made friends with the custodian. My grandkids go there, so I'm there picking it up. I love the custodian. The school is gorgeous. And I say, hey, and they just put these in, the ones,
Which school?
Bayview.
Oh, yeah.
How are those working? How often are they breaking down? He goes, 2 a week. With that function.
Yeah.
And I've got a little rig that I hook up and it reads it,
Right.
but sometimes that won't, and then you gotta call maintenance, and then maintenance is 30 minutes away, and you can't get into the classroom. So I'm recommending to the district that we stay with the push buttons. If we do anything, we have to make sure that they're all levered and that they work well. But I think less technology is better when it comes to school.
I agree with you, and that's my point. I work with those and they're not the best. So I love that we do it more manually. It's safer in a emergency.
I call Bayview my training school.
Yeah.
Well, they do this, maybe we should.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, thank you so much for another detailed presentation. Yeah. All right, yeah.
And thanks for being here, Brett.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you so much.
In the audience.
Oh, questions? Any questions from the audience?
Nothing.
No? And nothing on email. All right, thank you so much. Have a great night. Yeah.
Have a brownie, maybe then you know.
There's some brownies.
Yeah.
Brownies, guys.
All right, board, I would like to ask for a little flexibility with the agenda. We have Julio in the room, and one of our items, it's the very end of our agenda. So I would like to ask that we move up 10G to consider approval of the memorandum of understanding between United Way Santa Cruz and our district.
10G.
Would that, okay, may I have a motion to move that item up from the agenda?
To make a motion to consider the approval of memorandum of understanding MOU between United Way, Santa Cruz County and Soquel Union Elementary School District be brought up in the docket.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Our next item, Julio, with the United Way, Santa Cruz County in the
And
Soquel
this,
district.
yeah, and this, it's not a presentation, I think, so Julio's here for support. Thank you for being here, Julio. Another great partner, similar to the city of Capitola. So, 3 years ago, Cradle to Career expanded their operations from their home base of Live Oak. And we were so excited to be able to join them because of the host of supports that they provide to families to make school a more inclusive place. And we were one of those lucky districts that got offered that opportunity. As you well know from their presentations to the board, the home base for our district for Cradle to Career is Soquel L, and their community organizer there, Cristal, who has done an amazing job gaining traction with families and offering all kinds of activities and supports from multicultural fairs to Zumba and everything in between. And it's just been a raging success. Yeah, you've seen the presentation yourself. And we've also been able to slowly offer some of those opportunities to our other schools. Admittedly, Soquel L is still the home base in full transparency, but gradually we've been able to offer more of those opportunities to our other schools. And so we're very excited to continue the partnership from my perspective. And of course, costs are going up for everything, and that includes staff. So you will see an increased cost from previous years. From our perspective, from my perspective, is a strong recommendation that we continue the partnership. And Julio, I don't know if you'd like to say a few words about the partnership with our district.
No, well, first of all, thanks so much for putting me in the agenda and make sure that we have a space for advocating for our families. And more than anything, like I mentioned to Scott before, it's a pleasure to work with Soquel, the families, your board, the school's principal, Eric. It's amazing support that Crystal gets out there. But most importantly, the families, right? The families, and especially right now with everything that's happening in the federal level, it's more the time that they need us the most right now. And just echoing what Scott mentioned, we're excited to continue this partnership. We were fortunate enough to get the 3-year core contract with the city and the county. This time around, we couldn't get that, but it's our hope is to continue our partnership with the district. That way we can continue to support families, support the board, and support the students. So thanks so much for the consideration.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
This
Go ahead.
This is just considering the approval. Right now, it's not actual, so we'll get budget items on this and.
No, this is an actual action item on the MOU, and it's a $55,000 per year contract for 2 years.
55 each year?
Yes,
And it's in a partnership with United Way?
Cradle to Career,
It's our physical sponsor. United Way is our physical sponsor. Yeah.
Okay, do they provide any of the funds?
They provide some of the funding for some of our staff members, yeah.
And you might remember the presentation from Cristal.
I do, yeah.
Yes, so this is the program that allows us to have Cristal at SoCal and in our district.
Totally understand. I'm just
Probably
I'm
questions.
fiscally conscious right now of what we're doing.
No, we thank you for that, and we are too, obviously. And if we thought that we could provide the same level of network and support for families just on our own, we would do that. No offense, Julio, but we can't. The Cradle to Career network is so much more broad, and they have access to programs that we wouldn't be able to offer to our parents if we just tried to do something similar on our own. So, in my estimation, $55,000 is the bargain.
I was thinking the same thing a little bit, and even after the City of Capitola presentation, just we know we're going into tight budgetary times, but as I was reflecting about the wonderful equity swim program and this wonderful partnership, I was also thinking about the connection to school connectedness and attendance and seeing how much our attendance has improved. And I think that programs like this contribute to that. I mean, the events that I've seen partnered with CDC at SoCal, I was so impressed with how many families were there and seeing the way they were engaging with Crystal and with you when I was at New Brighton for a presentation. So I hear you. I feel the same.
And I hear you
concern.
because that's an excellent point
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
ADA considerations that I don't think I took full into consideration either, and that's a great point.
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate, I think it's a really valuable program and I do think that we're seeing so many rewards, but especially again, more participation with families, more school connectedness, which increases attendance, and we know where that goes. All kinds of good things.
What was the previous contract's cost
The last year was 45,000.
for 1 year? Or
Yeah, well, so when we entered in, it started at 35, that's right, and then last year was 45.
20% increase in cost.
Which we kind of knew about.
Oh, yeah.
We knew that it was escalating.
No,
we did.
Julio and I had talked,
Yeah.
and he's been, he wants to make the partnership work too, so he showed a lot of flexibility, which I really appreciate, and, everything's going on.
And also,
Yeah.
and also to add, I
We
mean,
could
it's just,
afford everything.
also to add the importance of it was 3 years of success, right? It's knowing the families, Cristal getting
Yes.
familiar with the environment of the site, but I'm a strong believer that next 2 years is gonna be even better. Just because the relationship's already built, it's already established. So my thing is, if we take away Cristal from Soquel, what would be the impact if that happens, right? So my 2 cents to the board is, it's right now when they need us the most. They need someone like Crystal to be available and bring all those resources that we bring. The multicultural event that we hosted for the first time at Soquel was like an example that we could take to other schools to use the same model. So that's like a learning model that we also use from other sites to bring it to Soquel. The CSA box distribution. Right now, we're going to be working with Second Harvest Food Bank to bring a distribution to Soquel in order to make it more sustainable for families moving forward. That way, that cost of those boxes that we buy can be for other programming activities that the families might choose to have other sites. Like an example, like Scott mentioned, Zumba, right? That's one of those popular ones, but also make it more accessible for other families that might not be interested in Zumba. Maybe they will allow CrossFit coming into the site. Depending on those hopes and dreams that those families have, we'll be able to meet based on the contribution from the district.
I understand. I'm just not so sure I want to subsidize. I love Zumba. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, so those projects are based on the hopes and dreams of those families. C2C doesn't choose those activities, it's the families that speak on those activities. Like I mentioned, the CSA box distributions, that's something that the families have been advocating so much to have a food distribution from Second Harvest Food Bank. We couldn't get it going because of the staffing at Second Harvest Food Bank. So we have to rethink the wheel, but how can we bring other programs that can subsidize that project for now but it was mostly based on hopes and dreams of those families.
And I think that that just fits into what Amanda said, is that those exciting things for the families, bring them to the school, make them feel a part of the school, make their kids see their parents part of the school. It just builds community. And then school is a great place that you want to go to.
Don't get me wrong, I completely understand and agree. I love what they do. You know, I know we're tight times
It's true.
right now, and we're not offering staff raises and money and things to help their cost of living here. And we're subsidizing Zumba and things, which is great. And I love, and I know it's not just Zumba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot more to it, and I understand all that.
School connectedness through something like Zoom. And if you need
That's a lot.
something heavier, like
Yeah.
for a term, I couldn't have imagined going through what we went through in the initial transition at the federal level and the fears of the immigrant community without C2C. Like the reaction, I think they were one of the first schools to offer, and there were 30 to 35 parents in that room. And there were schools with similar populations who had high level of absences that next week, because the fears hadn't been assuaged. And because of Christelle and Julio and their network of resources, that didn't happen at SoCal. I'll never forget the feeling I had that morning in that room of not only the fears of the parents, but the at least some level of relieving those fears, knowing the resources that were available to them. And we couldn't have done that without Cradle to Career. So that's a little heavier than Zumba. And so it runs the gamut, the kind of supports that they provide.
Great example.
What fund does it come out of?
Supplemental funding. So that would be for it's it's LCAP, but it's our unduplicated
Okay.
funding.
Which is
Yeah.
exactly,
Come on.
in my mind,
So-
Terry Brown created the supplemental funding for
Right,
LCAP.
right.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
so-
what the thought was.
Yeah.
If there's no other questions or comments, would someone like to make a motion?
I actually did have one more question,
Okay.
because the costs are a combination of salary and like things, resources, supplies, things like, is that what the?
Yeah, and now, full transparency, 55 doesn't cover Crystal's salary. It's close to 85.
Okay.
To with benefits and salary and everything, but those 55,000 is also something, a way that we encourage parents to advocate for them. So we welcome them to our table so they can choose what to do with those funding, right? It's like I mentioned, it goes back to the sites. It's based on the hopes and dreams of those families. They choose what to do with them. The Know Your Rights workshop is a great example of the power that we can bring to the table, right? Because we can bring different organizations to support, right? But I feel like the 55,000 that you mentioned, it's contributing back to the work that we do at SoCal.
Any questions, comments, or would someone like to make a motion?
I just have one thought. I'm sorry, were you about to ask a question? Just one thought, and as we're thinking about budget considerations, maybe saying something we've completely already thought about, but for the future, just seeing how valuable this program is, if for some reason it's something that we don't have the funding for, if we would consider, for example, like, county supervisors have some discretionary money, like whether there's some way we potentially could get a county government partner or someone else who would potentially be willing to contribute some of the district's share, because I think it's really valuable and it does flow through it, not just benefiting SoCal, but kind of benefiting our district. So maybe it's something, we might be able to reach out to our district, our county supervisor for some assistance with. Just a thought, but unless there are any other questions, I'm happy to make the motion. Yeah, okay. I'd like to make the motion that we approve the MOU between United Way Santa Cruz County and SoCal Union's Elementary School District.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you so much.
Being here, Julio.
Yeah, thank you, Julio.
Thank you. And thanks for the flexibility of letting that item go early.
Yes. All right, so moving back to 9C, and I would like to propose that after 9D, we take a break, just a
Maybe
5
we
minute.
could even do it now.
Do it now?
Oh, I was just gonna mention. We moved one action item for someone who is in the audience. Are we able to move other action items?
Fair point.
That'd be.
No, make him sit.
Put an idea there.
Give me a brownie.
Can put it in the Friday board report, or move it to the next meeting, because it's not an action item. For which one? So, 9C, because it's not just a discussion item, it's a really big discussion item, but it's one thing that doesn't require action.
I think we're very interested in that.
Okay, then that's fine. I'm just trying to be accommodating.
All right. Would we like a break now or would?
I'm fine, but.
I'll take it when I need it.
Yeah.
I'm fine, I just took mine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get a break.
Yeah.
I do need a break,
Yeah,
but you can
okay.
go ahead.
No, I'm gonna ask for a break, so 5 minutes, if that's okay. So the board will take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, or it's stacked.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's this. Go in this.
Yeah, and then
Unless you guys.
Brett would have some input on that. That's not a stack, but yeah, these two are both of them.
For the 2 stack rooms?
Yeah.
Can I-
Put those up, yeah.
Okay.
2 stacked and then the right field.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Nice, yeah.
It was just. Yeah, I did not know. I didn't expect.
Right, yeah.
Or unless somebody else is.
I want my jammies.
You want your chippies.
I'm ready. I'm not gonna lie, I've been thinking about that
All right, thank you. The board is back from a small recess. So, we also have another member in the audience of a future agenda item. Would we like to move that action item up from stacked and also the turf field?
10A, 10B.
So that's 10A, 10B, 10C.
Yeah, I'd like
Looks
to see
good.
us do those,
Knock 'em out.
take those next, and then
Okay.
we can go back up to 9B.
All right, do we need to make a motion with that?
I'll make a motion that we. that we-
Okay, and a second.
I'll
All
second
right.
it.
Then we do it.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Do it.
All right. So we're moving on to 10A, consider approval of the stacked contract proposal for architectural and engineering services for the modernization of the main building.
Yes, so this is SoCal's modernization. It's phase one. And what this would cover would be modernization of the classrooms, reconfiguring staff bathrooms, relocating or adding a place for the kiln, improving the path and travel, the 2 courtyards, and then student restrooms, boys and girls, to make sure they're in compliance, and also modernizing the existing library. This would be for the architectural and engineering services for SoCal Elementary, and it would be roughly $723,000. Also, DAG, which Brett is from, his team also reviewed the proposals and made sure that they were in compliance and as far as cost and so forth. And his team found that they're within the 8%, which is a very good place to be.
All right. Questions or comments from the board? Brett, did you want to add anything?
Concur with Allison.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think is it time for us? I was looking up. I think it was so helpful having BJ's presentation earlier. Like we understand the scope and the like enormity of this project, and so obviously we're gonna invest the right resources in getting it done correctly. So it's the big number. We know it's all coming out of the bond, of course, but it seems in alignment with how big this part of our project is. And I appreciate that DAG has looked at it and vetted it and recommends it as well.
And remind me, so we've already selected stacked, so this is us saying that we think the cost is reasonable?
Yes, for their architectural and engineering costs. So they have to still do all the back end work, like all the items that we talked about in the presentation. So they have to go and draw up all the plans, make sure everything works, and do all the back end work. And that's what this proposal and the following proposal would be for this phase one.
You're all good with it?
Any other questions or comments from the board?
No.
All right. Okay. All right. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the stacked contract proposal for architectural and engineering services for SoCal Elementary School modernization of the main building.
All right, a second.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 10A passes. Consider 10B, the contract proposal for architectural and engineering services for New Brighton Middle School.
Okay, and again, this was what we saw on the presentation. It'd be modernizing the classrooms and building J. We're still kind of exploring exactly what we're gonna do there, so that's still something we've kind of been talking about. But it's also the library is in this phase one. The STEM rooms, converting some classrooms 41 and 42 into offices, modernizing the lobby, restrooms, and so forth, and storage spaces in the gym. adding fencing to make sure that we're in compliance with ADA and so forth, and also security fencing, right? Because we want to make sure that we have the fence in the proper area, so anyone from the outside has to come in through the office instead of just walking onto our campus. And that's what we're going to be doing at all sites as well. So for the services for architectural and engineering for this project, phase 1 at New Brighton would be about $641,000. And again, out of
Cheaper than the other.
yeah. SoCal's a little bit more complex because we have to go down to the studs. It's such an old building. So that's why there's going to be more costs.
And you gotta save the building too.
Yeah.
All right, any questions or comments from the board?
Nothing I need.
All right, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve staff contract proposal, engineering services for New Brighton Middle School modernization.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. 10C, approval of the field turf proposal.
Okay, so this is me too. So at our last meeting, we approved the track, the purple track. Do you want to remember the purple track? So
Mhm.
now this is for the field. So the field is going to be a little bit more, there's a striping and all of the other fun stuff that comes along with it. And it's coming in at about $1.1 million. And we will be purchasing this from Filter, which is through Sourcewell, as we discussed before, approved. And there's basically, that's pretty much it with this. It's pretty straightforward. This is pretty much in line of what we thought it was going to come in at. So we're right in line with what we had originally had estimated for the field for New Brighton.
All right, thanks. Questions or comments from the board?
So this item 2, field turf 2-inch Vertex Prime True Blend, that's like the main, looks like the biggest.
Yeah.
So that's like the actual turf.
Yeah.
Kind of like the high school.
Yeah.
For cleats. For spikes.
And this is all kind of in line with what had been planned out, talked about with the PD department, like fits the needs of the program.
Absolutely. Yes.
Nice to see they do annual visits.
Yes, and it does include the machinery that's needed to go over the field, because you do have to, although you don't mow it, it still requires maintenance. So it includes the equipment for that as well.
And I know this is through Sourcewell. Do we have a sense that it's like, this is comparable to if it were for other vendors in Sourcewell?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So they're all vetted, and it's the best price that they have for like co-ops and stuff like that.
Brett, did you want to add anything?
Alice is correct. So price comparison in Northern California for this type of field in the linear feet is right in alignment to what we're seeing. So other districts like Scott Valley are considering new fields such. That's what we're getting, the same rough dollar amount.
And the equipment we get, is that for cleaning the turf? Is that what it needs, or for doing the lines? What's the equipment?
No, so we have to maintenance the field regularly, so it stays, it holds up. So it's like a big machine that will kind of like, I don't know if it so much fluffs the field.
Technically,
Yeah,
there's
it's like
a technical name for it, but essentially it fluffs it,
Yeah.
clean it out, fluff it, and so that it's maintaining its upright integrity.
Yeah, so it doesn't end up being flat and so forth,
Yeah.
so it keeps its nice look like it to me.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Sample.
that's the jams. I've always wanted to.
Is
one of
this
those.
done by the current custodial crew?
It'd be by maintenance.
By maintenance,
So-
do they have any special training?
They'll provide training as well.
They do.
Yeah.
Is
so-
that incorporated in this cost?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It looks like a Zamboni.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments from the board? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve the field trip proposal from Field Trip USA for New Brighton Middle School track and field project.
All right, a second.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, thank you so much.
Really exciting. This is a big deal.
Man, dude.
Awesome.
At this point, you're like, yeah, no.
Oh, we get on track.
Good night.
No, no, we're just gonna get the track.
You didn't prove any improvement.
All right, so we are now backtracking to 9C. Discussion regarding the SoCal Union District Math Plan.
Well, thank you very much. And this item was requested from the board, an item for this.
Doesn't work.
160?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 160.
Oh.
Yeah, that's weird.
Is it a blank for you? It does that sometimes.
That's the California Health Kids Survey.
I'm using the one from the email because sometimes when I do the one from the
It takes
the
a week
website,
before.
it takes a while, but
Are we ready? Are you?
Yeah, 160.
Okay. So this was an item that was requested by the board. And an additional request was to add some information that is not written in the plan with regard to intervention. So I'll be going through that as well. So what was shared with the board through the docket was a couple of things with some links embedded. So this was the document that is attached here is and just an overview of phase 1, which is year 1 of the math plan. And this overview is just intended for, you know, the board's like kind of summary of what has been happening with the math plan in our district so far this year. It will end up being a 3-phase plan because our partnership with the county Office of Education and our interest in increasing math scores is truly a partnership. So we are going to be working with them directly over the next 2 years to implement full practices of the math frameworks, the high leverage strategies, building new curriculum, all those kinds of things. So that'll be part of the larger scope of the 3-phase plan, but we write it by year. And at the end of each year, we look at data that says, like, how are we doing? Like, did those things that we planned to do get done? Number one, and did they impact student achievement? So this year we started in the fall and we started working with the County Office of Education and our partners with PEBC on this math plan and our math leadership teams, which include members from each school, including the middle school. And we said, what are the things we think are important? So one of the things that those teams thought was important is that we really make a statement about equity through mathematics, because if students don't know their numeracy and they don't know the concepts behind mathematics, are they going to be able to be functioning citizens in the world? Will they be able to get jobs? You know, so this we really found was an issue of equity, and it was also an issue of equity because we had some performance gaps between English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and so forth in the area of mathematics. And it was larger of a gap than it was in literacy. So that was something that our team talked about first. And so we came up with a working statement of equity through mathematics. And then the team came up with basically 2 goals. One is that staff are involved and understand the goals that are designed in the math framework. And the math framework was new at the end of 2023. And so it was really important for the team to say, we want to roll this out with a strategic interest, including our staff who will be trained. And we want to develop a common math vision, which is the statement of equity. And then come up with like a strategic plan for implementing the math framework and enhancing the quality of mathematics teaching. So we don't do that by ourselves. We do that with all county schools. We're part of a consortium. So when we go to our training days at the County Office of Education, we're not just thinking and planning for us, we're planning and thinking on behalf of the students countywide. And then goal 2 is to develop and implement a series of steps that support a more strategic approach to teaching and learning that ensures that all students attain grade level skills in math. Now we know that those goals are big goals. They're not attainable in 1 year or phase 1 of a plan, but they're goals nonetheless that we feel are very compelling. And so we don't want to change them. We don't want to say, well, 5% more of the kids are going to be proficient. We want all of them to be at grade level. So there was a couple of strategies that we came up with during the first phase of the planning year, and that was to partner with the county math initiatives and kind of really trying to understand like what is a strategic plan. So they actually have been helping all schools develop a strategic plan through multi-phases. And I think if the board remembers during COVID, we had a multi-phase distance learning plan. This is the same kind of concept. As things change, we need to develop and change. And then we also, we really wanted to think about engaging in steps to increase math proficiency and how we would do that. And then engaging families in home math support. For strategy 1 and strategy 2, we were able to engage in a lot of actions that we can be proud of. We attained the goal of training our staff. We attained the goal of having our math leadership teams. We attained our goal of beginning to think about what our vision for math would be. And so those are things that I think we can celebrate. One thing that we really aren't able to celebrate yet is our strategy related to engaging families in more help at home with family understanding of math. And so that's something that we'll be really considering when we build into phase 2. At the end of the school year, when we have data and we're able to collect it and analyze it and look at how our students have achieved through the CASP and iReady and all of that in the area of math, we'll be able to make some decisions about things that we feel are important to us as a district in terms of teaching and learning of math. One of the things that has been a big issue for us is really thinking about curriculum, because our curriculum is not new, but the State Board of Education has not approved any math curriculum based on the new framework. So we're really at their calendaring, if you will. The potential date of those state board adoptions will be fall-ish, November-ish of this coming school year, and at which time we will pilot at the curriculum that the staff want to take a look at, hopefully being able to purchase those by the spring. It's kind of like we're doing the social studies stuff right now. The other thing that has come up is there's continuing to be a gap in achievement. While the gap seems to be reducing a little bit, it's not reducing enough. And so I've been working specifically with the principals on coming up with intervention plans specific to mathematics, because in this district, intervention has mostly been focused on literacy intervention. And that still will exist. But we have some really great literacy foundation programs for our tier 1 instruction, which is in classroom instruction. And we're seeing such good gains that we want to take some of our intervention time and focus from literacy and move it into mathematics. And so at the elementary levels, Main Street specifically is going to be adding staffing, or FTE, if you will, specific to math intervention, and looking at their diagnostic data through iReady, through those incremental cycles to build what those intervention teams and groups will look like. And then that teacher will also work with the existing intervention teacher so they can cross over services, because we do know that there is a part to literacy that influences math attainment. Because if you can't read, it's also sometimes really difficult to do math word problems and things like that. So there'll be some crossover work.
Can I just, when you say literacy, you mean reading, you don't mean math literacy?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. So Numeracy is what I'll call it when we're talking about that. At Santa Cruz Gardens, they are weighted a little bit more heavily on intervention per student than some of our other schools. So they're going to actually be focusing on math intervention through language literacy of numeracy. So that it would be something more like, how do I understand this vocabulary? What are these terms that I need to know? And then what is this question asking me to do? So they're really going to be doing kind of a different methodology based on the data that they're getting at their school site. Every school site's a little bit different because their results are a little bit different. At SoCal Elementary, they will have an additional math intervention teacher who will pull out the small groups for math intervention. And that would look very similar to what they do for the reading and ELD intervention. At the middle school, it was a little trickier, so it's taken us a lot more time to think about what that would look like. And so what they've done really strategically with their math leadership team and their school leadership team is they're redesigning Flex for next year. And that Flex will be skill focused, and so that the students can be grouped by the skill they need to know next. And they'll have a teacher that will be able to facilitate that learning during that time. They're also going to the co-teaching model in math and ELA for 2 grade levels, 6 and 7. So there'll be 2 teachers in a classroom, one being the main teacher, one being the support teacher for the students who fall in those intervention groups. And then they're going to be offering a 0 period math intervention. So I think those are really strong responses to not just the data that we're seeing in students, but it's things that the teachers are saying we need extra of, so that we can be successfully instructing our class. So phase 1 was a really good learning year for us because number 1, using a lot of the data with thinking about the new framework and what are those big ideas and how do we get, how do we get kids to dig into math? How do we learn how to teach math? That was all great stuff. And learning what those high leverage practices were and training to those and doing a lot of PD around that. That was all really great. And we know we need to do more. So we're going to build into phase 2 some more of these things that we've noticed through our data collection over the course of the year, working with our PEBC coach and our math leadership teams. So I know that's super brief, so ask me questions.
Who's on the math leadership team?
So we've got the entire math team at New Brighton is on the math leadership team. And then we have 2 members from each school site at the elementaries. And then each of the principals, Scott and myself, also are on that math leadership team. And then our PEBC coach is on that math leadership team.
And all those teachers are in all the meetings and contributing?
Yes,
all the
yes, they're all active members. And then they are the math leads for their schools so that they go back and they talk about the things that we're doing, and then they get feedback, and then that's how we offer our PD back to all of our teachers.
If all the teachers are on the math leadership team, why the PD for all the rest of the teachers? If all the teachers like at New Brighton or
we don't do the math training for non-math teachers at New Brighton. We do it for all of the teachers at the elementary. For the teachers who do teach math, they get all the training.
what feedback do you have from the teachers regarding the combo classes and having multiple teachers and different students in those classes?
I think that's a lot of different questions, but I'll try to answer it. I think having a multi-age class has some ups and downs. If you're teaching to the standards, you'll find that in every grade of every school, you're going to have kids that have mastered the standards before they get there, and kids that aren't close yet. And so I think that's maybe similar to what you'd see in a 4-5 class or a 2-3 class, if that were the case. And we do have those. I do think that if you look at the framework itself, and there are some links that are embedded into the plans, you'll see that the math big ideas, if you looked at that, I don't know if you looked at the graphic with the bubbles, if you're looking at them grade to grade to grade to grade, which we haven't ever had before, and we've never been able to do that, it's just been like listed standards. You can actually see in 3rd grade, I need to focus on this because in 4th grade, this is gonna be what's like, what is the cross through skill they need most. And so I think in that way, the framework really helps them when they're a multi-grade teacher or a multi-age teacher. I think that there's so much richness in what the math framework has that it will be a continued learning over time. We're not done. We're going to be working on math PD and math instruction and high leverage strategies and narrowing the achievement gap for 2 more years and really learning how to coach ourselves through what good teaching looks like, what it should be like, and how to support our teachers and what that should look like. And I think because it's kind of organic in nature, all of the members of the team like really were, they self-selected. I think we have a higher level of buy-in from the teachers that do the trainings because they know that their colleague was there, interested, giving feedback, really engaged in it, and then can give feedback back to the team to say, these are the things we should be doing next, or this is the support we need next.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So I just want to understand the teams or the math leadership team. So it's all the New Brighton teachers.
All the New Brighton math teachers.
Math teachers,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yes.
thank you. And then it's 2 elementary school teachers from our 3 elementary sites?
Yes, an upper grade and a lower grade.
Okay, and they're in that professional development, is that with the New Brighton math team? Like it's, or do they have their own?
There's there are elementary days and there are middle school days, and the middle school days at the county are attached to the high school too. So it's all like middle school and high school. So there's some vertical articulation at that level, and then at the elementary level. When we do the trainings here, the trainings are for all elementary staff, and those are done separately than when we do the math team for New Brighton, and we build in their development time.
So then those 2, the elementary school teachers, then they have a PD, and then really the new math framework is about strategies, right? With best teaching practices, it looks like.
It's highly embedded. The framework helps us to understand like how kids conceptualize math and how to understand where the cross throughs are from one math skill to another, which we've never had before, so that you can actually say like, this is the thing that I need to focus on because this is the biggest cross through skill. That really helps it inform our teachers' teaching, and that helps improve our students' learning and our understanding of mathematics. It also includes things like social justice. So one of the elements of the framework is to say like math hasn't necessarily been an equal playing field for students, not in the way the curriculum was written, not in the way that we talked about mathematical concepts. Mathematical concepts, the way that they were taught in this country, are very different than they are in other countries. For example, the reason that algebra comes first in high school is because it's in alphabetical order. So that's not a reasonable construct, right, for understanding mathematics. So it really tried to like deconstruct those things that didn't make sense and help make it make more sense by building in what are incremental steps in understanding mathematics. So I know it's like what 800 pages, but
so then those teachers that do that PD, then they go back to their schools, and then what are they doing with that new knowledge that affects the other teachers?
So they're the math leads for their school. So oftentimes what happens is they'll have new learning, they'll share their new learning with their staff. It could be at a staff meeting or it could be at something like that. The staff will give feedback like, oh, that looks interesting, or oh, I like that supplement, or oh, this graphic really helped. Then we plan our PDs around that feedback that we get. So like when we have full day PDs, we do a big chunk on mathematical practices and the big ideas and what the new framework is intended to do and all of that kind of stuff. And really also trying to help build like the continuum of understanding, like this is a multiple year plan. This is why we're doing it in these stages. We can't do a month of PD all at one time, right? But what we can do is try to build it strategically over time to say like, first, we have a framework, a new framework, and it is hundreds of pages long. So we're not gonna just send it to you to read. What we're gonna do is we're gonna break it down. And these are the ways that make sense to our teachers who are going through the training about how to break it down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then my last question, but so then those teachers that did the PD share ideas, other teachers say, hey, that's neat, and then as we plan PD for all the teachers, and how many PDs have we done around math this year?
A lot. So we started in the fall with our county math coordinator came and she did a math framework overview with
For all the teachers?
for all of our elementary teachers.
Okay.
She did a math framework overview, and then she leveraged our that time to go through the high leverage strategies. So the one that was really the most talked about was CGI and number talks. And those two strategies were the things that our teachers were already trained to do. So it was a really great first step to say, like, if you were trained to do it and you're not doing it, but this is a refresher on how to do it, you don't have to worry about your workbook, right? Because this is a good way, these are better ways to teach math. So that was our first kind of go at it in the fall. We did another CGI training in the winter. When we came back from spring break, we did another like full day of PD, and half of the day was devoted to math and the big ideas and how to think about from year to year, the progressions. And then we went through the skills progressions. So there's a link in here that I think that you'll see where you can see by grade level, by skill, what the math progressions are, so that if I'm teaching math, I know what came before, I know what came after, I know what I need to do next. So that was really influenced by our teachers' feedback. Because just sharing, like, this is the framework isn't a helpful tool, right? But building it out over time, starting with what do you already know how to do and building it.
On the intervention, were these increases in FTEs part of the plan? Or was it a separate?
It's actually a wonderful byproduct of working on math so much this year, because we're doing so much talking about math data and the math work, that each of the school sites was saying, like, we have this gap, we have intervention. We don't have any intervention for math. Why don't we have any, necessarily intervention for math? We did have some intervention for math at one of the schools, but it wasn't like really thought about district wide, how we could really tackle that. And so at our last principals meeting, we all shared kind of what our math plans were with intervention at each of our sites. And interestingly, they looked very similar. And I think it was surprising at first. I mean, Scott and I were there listening to them, and it sounded so strange that they were so similar. But when you're talking district wide about math and you're seeing trends of data, and you're seeing really interesting ways in which to dig into it, it only makes sense that there's going to be some common things that teachers are going to say. Well, we really would like to focus our intervention on math. Kids are starting to do really well with literacy, or better with literacy. Let's do this. And so I think it gives us a chance to bring all of those math intervention teachers together next year, and work together with us on that math plan, because it's really going to help improve their craft, but it's also going to help our students. So I don't know if that is that.
Yeah, that helps. So these people will be hired for this coming school year?
So there is, the funding is a little bit different at each of the sites. So at the middle school, there are already staff that are on campus. At SoCal, it's staff that are already intended to be on campus and part of their plan. At SoCal, at Main Street, it will be additional staff. So they've got some money set aside in their site funds to do math intervention in coordination with their literacy intervention. And then at Santa Cruz Gardens, because they have the intervention and ELD at kind of a lower student ratio, they're taking some of that time out and going to just be focused on math.
That's the same person, the literacy person and the math person that does the intervention?
It's an intervention teacher. They have been focusing on literacy for many years. but they are intervention teachers and ELD teachers. And so they are all teachers of multiple subject credentials. And so it's just like, oh, of course we should be focusing on math. If students aren't able to do, function in math as successfully as they are in literacy, why are we not focusing on this?
And then what does the math intervention look like? Is it a teacher coming in and taking a student out and they're working for 30 minutes on something? Is it?
It can depend. It can depend on the skill level of the child. It can depend on the comfort of the teacher, the classroom teacher with a co-teaching like push-in model. At most of our schools, not middle school, because it doesn't necessarily, because they have a co-teaching model that's like separate. But at most of our elementaries, they are either very small group because they have like a lower skill level than the lesson being taught in the class. If the student is closer to grade level, then it can be the co-teaching model with the push-in model.
Co-teaching model means that the intervention teacher is in the main classroom.
Yeah, with a group of students helping them through like scaffolding and things like that.
I have another question on intervention. Do you and the principals feel that that these resources is enough for the students who need math help?
I think it's a really good first try at it. I think there's going to be other things that we're going to find. Like one of the things we needed to do at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade level is look at a supplement to the materials, because there was a gap of some skills that 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students had that couldn't be covered in the curriculum that we currently have. So if you're significantly below grade level, your grade level textbook isn't going to help you very much. So you do need something else. So we will find things like that. We may need some other supplemental materials. We may need some other kinds of training. We may need some other kinds of things to support students in closing the achievement gap. And I hope we do, because that'll just mean we're getting closer.
Yeah.
So
I meant more in terms of the ratio of intervention teacher to students who might need it.
It's it's so dependent. It's so dependent on the students that you have in the year that you're focusing on them. And it's so dependent on the skills that they have that are strong or not as strong yet. If you've got, let's just say I have a class of 20 kids and 18 of them are below grade level. Me as a classroom teacher, I'm going to change my classroom instruction in general. That's going to be the biggest. I think that's where you get the most meat in making progress. I think with what we'll find is that as we're building in the intervention time, we'll see how many kids we are pulling out. We'll see how many kids we're pushing into, and then that will kind of determine like what ratios there are. There is no mathematical formula for this, because every child's needs are so specifically different. So we've never been able to come up with a good model for that.
So we've never done any of this before?
I would say we've never focused on math like we're focusing on now. Not never. Recently, since COVID, we have not focused on math like we are now. Before COVID, we had a lot of focus on math. And what happened in COVID, and you could look at the data, every student across the nation had a very difficult time learning virtually math concepts. And that is something that we're just recovering from. And that's why the state of California said we need to do a framework. We need to think about this differently. We need to respond to our students. Many states did something similar, but this is our framework. And so these are the things that we're focusing on. And we're so fortunate that the County Office of Education is putting their money where their mouth is and our interest is really focusing on math.
What's different this year than what we did last year?
Well, last year, the framework was just coming out. So we were trying to read it and to understand it and figure out what the implications would be. And find out what the timelines of the state would be, like when are we going to be required to adopt curriculum? When will it be available? They were
In
just.
terms of like, the evolution of like what we're talking about with the interventions and math help. I mean, obviously our math scores have been where they are now for the last 3 years after COVID. I mean, I'm curious why, is there something that, why did we do all this? Why are we just now talking about phase 1, year 1, first time ever?
Well, no. So I think I've tried to say this as kindly and gently as possible. We have had an LCAP for as long as I have been an administrator. The intention of the LCAP was to include things like when your students are successful, what are the things you're going to do? We have been doing that all along. It's just when we say this is a new way of thinking about mathematics and how students learn mathematics, and we really want to understand it better through this framework, and the state of California is saying that we need to do that, then you really start like stripping down your system and say, does our curriculum currently match what this says? Well, we're looking at the curriculum to say that it's missing a few things. That's great. We're supposed to be looking for what it's missing. So we've never not said we have goals for math. I mean, we have very clearly had actions that were oriented towards math. We're just getting some state guidance to help all schools in the state of California understand it better.
Do a follow-up question? You good?
Please.
Yeah, so, what, based on the plan and the learnings from this year, what would look different in classrooms next year?
I think a couple of things will look different. One is how specifically at the middle school, students will have that flex period that will be specifically focused on their skill areas. That's a huge shift.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but like skill areas specifically to math, or if someone's, okay.
Yes. And so that is really exciting. The other things that will be different in schools are, I think one is knowing that there is math intervention, and there are people that are going to be thinking about how to do intervention differently than they do literacy intervention, right? And have a different kind of focus. That will help, I think, the teachers themselves focus on the math instruction at the grade level that they're in, right? Because there's going to be that extra support. I think some of the things that are going to look different too are some of the supplements we're adding. So like in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, that additional supplement when a student isn't at grade level for some of those basic skills, it's really going to help the students to feel more successful when tackling grade level skills. So I think those are things that, just on the surface, I think will look differently. I also think that when we do our data dives, and all of our schools do data dives, and they do them 3 times a year, and they look at all of the data. I think what we do look at is we look at all of the domains of math right now. And what we'll do is look at the math domains and like, where are the students falling? And then also taking a look at the skills progression that's built into the framework to say like, oh, if they're here, this is the progression of the skills that if my child's in if my student's in 5th grade right now, this was 4th grade, this was 3rd grade, this was 2nd grade. If they're at the 2nd grade level, I now know exactly what they need to do. Right. So it's just, I think those are the things that'll be a lot more not surface level discussions, but deeper discussions to truly understand like, where are my students? So.
Sounds like there's a lot of information that's going to be more accessible.
There's a ton that's more accessible.
I mean, even looking at the bubbles, like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're really, is that what we're talking about? Like,
well, the bubbles are just like conceptual, but if you look at the document, it's like an Excel spreadsheet that has like the discrete skills by grade. That is an amazing tool. Because it helps me to understand not just the skill progressions for a grade level, but also it has links to like what I can do, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm at a loss because I've never taught 3rd grade and I'm a 5th grade teacher, I now know what to do, right? So those are, I mean, to me, that was a treasure trove.
Is that something a teacher would cover in 1 year? Like all the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, conceivably, a teacher would go through all of those things in 1 year. And it may not look like that in the textbook, right? Like it would be a lot of the way this framework is written is to really teach to the skills and not using the curriculum as your guide. Right, because the curriculum sometimes doesn't quite meet the need, and if you're only using the curriculum, then you will miss a few things.
We might not have an answer to this, and I know that we're trying co-teaching out. Another idea is where you pull students out into small groups. Just how are we gonna know that that's effective? Like, what are we?
Yeah, I mean, data will tell us, right?
So we've done co-teaching for 1 year.
Yeah.
And that was English?
It
at
was
New Brighton?
it was in one classroom of mathematics and one classroom of ELA. So we'll be able to see.
So we have data so far.
We'll have data at the end of this week.
And then is it, okay, so then it's like some kind of comparing student progress?
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what I like to look at when you're looking at those is the student growth. Because if they achieve more than a year of growth, then you know that the intervention was working, right? Because they got their grade level skills plus they got more, right? So you're gonna want more than a year of growth to know when intervention is working best.
My question about co-teaching is just how does the teacher not become like an aide? So that,
I mean, you have to be a very skilled,
I mean, it's
teacher, number one, and you have to be a teacher that is ready to plan with another teacher. Like, what is the lesson gonna be today? Who doesn't have those skills yet? Where am I gonna push in? What are the things that I'm gonna have to scaffold to make sure that this lesson is a successful lesson for the students that are gonna be in this group in this classroom? I mean, it takes a lot of time.
but the teachers, there's one teacher, right? So there's a main teacher and then they plan or.
The kids see both of the teachers as teachers of the classroom.
Yeah.
How do you keep the other kids, you know, or how do we support the other kids in the class that, you know, might be able to understand the concepts and have a chance to continue, or I'm not even sure, but as opposed to, and I hate this use as a euphemism, but, you know, teaching to the weakest link, you know, how are we supporting those kids that are understanding it, that want to learn more and continue their growth?
I think that's the actual purpose of the co-teaching, right? Because you're teaching the grade level lesson for the students who don't have the grade level skills yet. That's where the co-teacher is supporting the scaffolding of the building up to the grade level.
So all the kids in this particular class are below grade.
No. I'm trying to think about how to say it differently. So if I have a class of 30 math students and I have 20 of them that are at grade level, I'm teaching the grade level standard, I'm teaching the grade level lesson. I've got 10 kids who have some skill gaps, right? And my co-teacher knows what those skill gaps are, and they're going to support those students by scaffolding language or questions that they have, or those kinds of things to the 10 who are not.
We can share more information on co-teaching specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, that model is something really specific that we've piloted at New Brighton this year. And so I'd be glad to share a little bit more information about it. And then when we have data to reflect on, I can definitely share that with the board.
I think it'd be helpful to not only understand the progress of those 10, but the progress of the 20. And is there some difference that they're experiencing?
Yeah, I mean, I would say just anecdotally, one of our co-teachers that works in the 6th grade math classroom right now would say, like, I help any kid that needs it, right? And so, and what I mean by that anecdote is that I think it's helpful to everyone to know that I can ask people for help if I don't understand. And it's not just for these 10 people here who are labeled as basic skills, you know, students, right? So.
And these aren't necessarily IEP students. These are students that are identified with math needs or something.
They could be IEP, they could have RSP, they could have speech, they could have nothing.
But could they specifically only have a need in math?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the way that the math classes are kind of designed, you know, as you start going up in the grades, they're a little bit more targeted anyway, but yes.
And I might have missed this, but how do we do the vertical integration between 5th and 6th grade and that transition from elementary to middle if it seems like the math teacher groups or leadership teams are pretty segmented between the middle school and the elementary school. So what's the vertical integration between those teams in fifth and sixth from
Yeah, so
elementary to middle?
When we do our math leadership team PD days, their learning lab days by pushing into classrooms and watching model lessons of teachers in our district. And next year that will continue. And the middle school teachers really want to see what the fifth grade teachers do, but also the high school teachers do. And so this year, one of the days was actually our middle school teachers going to SoCal High School to see what the articulation up to ninth grade looked like. So it would work also the other way.
Do you think that's enough? I imagine that's a pretty big gap between fifth and sixth, and a lot of those sixth graders are below grade level when they come into the.
I mean, I'm not sure how to answer the question except to say that every year there's a difference in skill, like level of math. Like the standards are fifth grade standards and then there's sixth grade standards. They jump about the same amount every year. So the progression isn't like greater from fifth grade to sixth grade or second grade to third grade. There's just an expectation of a year's worth of growth in skills. So I don't think that it's not possible.
What do you think the average percentage of students going into sixth grade are at grade level?
I would have to look at the year and data to tell you that. And I don't have that yet. I would say that it would, if I'm ballparking it, we're talking like 60% are at grade level. Which is, that's actually a pretty high number in our state. I would say 50 to 60 would be a good guess.
If I can, one last thing that it hit me. So at the graduation, this was 2 years ago, one of the parents asked me, can we have an honors? I think I brought this up last year or something like that. Can we have an honors program? What about the kids that really want to excel in math and want to push that, because in high school, they want to take the honors math in high school, and how do we prepare them for that honors class in high school in our middle school?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's parents that like that and parents that don't like that. We have had really good conversations with Santa Cruz City Schools about how our progression works into their system. And before I got here, there was a lot of articulation about that, and it's the reason that it exists the way that it does now. So I do think that there's sometimes the pendulums with shift in what people remember was good or not good. But I think strategy wise, I think our students are coming out well, and I would say our eighth grade teachers are very strong. And so I don't think that our kids are getting a bad deal. I think they're getting a really, really good deal.
And there are compacted courses at seventh and eighth grade. And that prepares students to take any math class at SoCal High School. So just for clarification, we don't lack that.
According to this parent, we did. Just saying he would have appreciated, because he wanted that for his son. But
And sometimes people just don't know what they don't know either. That's very possible.
All of our sixth graders take the same math. Then there's differentiation seventh and eighth. Okay.
All very good questions. It's a wonderful topic for me because I love math. And it's not been a bad year to learn and grow. It's been a really good year to learn and grow through the pains of math. And I'm really proud of our teams for being open and honest and sincere and thoughtful, because they really have been.
Yeah. It's kind of, I guess maybe, if I may be so bold, like sort of a closing question is, we were like, obviously by our discussion, like we care deeply, of course, about the math program. Are you feeling the same enthusiasm and excitement? I don't know how you would not answer it the way that you'll answer, but right, like we want to make sure that all of the energy around it is like felt throughout staff.
I mean, I think if you ask anybody right now, they're just gonna say they're so tired they can't even think about it. But I would say, like, when we do a PD and you like show like a document like that says like this is what the progression looks like, and this is what you can do, and this is how you can know, and these are some actions you could, it's like, oh. It's like a little bit of liberation and scare.
Okay.
Right? Like, it's like, I have this new resource. I'm not sure like how well I can use it, but it's exciting to take a look at. And I think over time, the more we like introduce it and go back to it and really talk about it and talk about like, what does this look like in a classroom? What does it look like in your classroom? And because we're doing the lab models, we actually see really strong instructional practice based on those things. And then that when we leave those rooms, we talk about it with the teacher. So we're able to say like, these things were the things that made the most difference in what student learning was. I can do that when I go, you know, try to replicate it in my classroom. So I do think that it will grow.
So what do you attribute like the testing scores, which, you know, did go up, you know what I mean? And what would you do differently? Like, what do you attribute our non-growth in math to be? And then what would you do differently, knowing what you know now? What are the changes that you would implement, and how can we support you and those changes to make that a different conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think that anytime you start something like a new math framework, it doesn't change in that year, right? Like that's not how any growth happens. I think that I think we will see more growth happen when it's not new to our staff anymore, right? So like this first year it was new, right? And I'm dabbling in some things and I'm looking at things and I'm, you know, looking at, you know, what a good model classroom is. And I'm looking at all of these kinds of resources that I have. Well, as I go through my summer after this first year of exposure, I can say, now that I know I learned all those things and I'm planning for next year and I have a clear head and I'm starting my new year, I have a different place to start, right? I have a new knowledge base to start from as I'm planning on how I'm teaching math instruction or how I'm instructing math. And I think that will continue.
So nothing jumps out of something you do differently than last year, or a different program or different interventions or different models or anything that
I know that you would like for me to probably say yes. And I'm going to say no, because I think these are the ways that we learn permanently, right? To grow the way we're growing. I think if Scott and I said, we're giving you new curriculum and you're going to do it because it's a higher level of rigor, I think that would have been an epic fail. So I think that the way that we're doing it makes more sense.
Not a quick fix.
On the elementary school math, is there the opportunity for a student who maybe is operating above their grade level to do acceleration?
Well, acceleration to like a middle school class or something?
No, but let's say a third grader is operating at fourth grade math or fifth grade math. Is there the opportunity for that student? Like, how does that student get the accelerated math that they are ready for?
I would hesitate to say acceleration. I would say what skills do they have and what do they need to know next, or what can they learn next, is how all of our teachers are trained to teach. And that's how that progression really is supportive of that. Also, I would say,
so what you're saying is the student stays in their classroom, their teacher is expected to recognize that the student is now able to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give them separate work.
not necessarily separate work, but deeper thinking work, certainly. It could be, you know, we have lots of students that are below and above grade level.
Yeah.
In math. And ways in which we know that is, number one, we've got an iReady score. And number two, when we see them engage in MyPath, they can go all the way up through 8th grade skills as a 4th grader. Right? So these are ways in which we know. The teacher can see those diagnostic data points every time they look at that diagnostic data and know where their students are and what they need to know next. And every student has a report that says exactly that, and we give those to, parents on request also. To say, like, these are the things that my child knows how to do in reading and math, and these were the things that would come next.
It's anecdotal, but I have talked to a few elementary school parents who felt that their child was ready for more math and there wasn't the ability for them in their class. Like they were literally would have been ready to go sit in the 4th grade classroom.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things about that question that I would ask the question back, like, have you talked to the teacher about?
Oh yeah, they did.
I think if there's continued questions, is to talk to, the principal, just to say, like, I'm wondering if there's some other things. I don't think that moving to another class for a 4th grade lesson, if you're a 3rd grader, is necessarily gonna be the thing that I'm gonna suggest is the right thing to do, because then we're gonna keep doing that, right? So they're always going to be pushed out somewhere else. So I don't know, that probably doesn't answer your question, but I think those are questions I might ask.
Yeah, I think it's something for us to consider is how we might, I think we're doing a lot of great things looking at the intervention, and I think we should also think about what's the corollary to the high performing students that maybe they get pulled out of intervention, and it's not getting them up to grade level, but it's giving them a chance to excel at the level that they are ready for.
It's certainly something that we can continue to discuss as we're working on our math plans.
And then on all the things that we're doing on intervention, and like to Robert's point that there was a parent who didn't know that 7th and 8th grade has compressed, what are the ideas for sort of communicating at the beginning of this next year to say, hey, we have math intervention, we have that, like just raising the awareness and sort of tooting our horn, is that the phrase?
Yeah, I mean, I would say none of us are really good at tooting the horn. But I do think that specifically at New Brighton, there's a lot of really good communication pathways that the principal already engages in. I mean, she sends out, family, updates and things like that. And those could be included in those. Those could be included in regular communications because they're really important.
Yeah. I think it's something we should do frequently, often, superintendent level. Like, I think that parents are really interested in understanding how we're improving math, and it sounds like there are some tangible things that will happen next year. And so I think we should find ways to communicate it frequently within the first 2 months of school.
Okay. And we will also communicate it through our LCAP this year that will be coming to you guys pretty soon. Because it'll talk about some of the highlights. And not that I think anybody reads the LCAP except for me and maybe you guys, but if you wanted to see a place where we do create a space for highlights, that is a space.
And to Amanda's point, I mean, the fact that we are all really interested in this.
I
So that's
appreciate
why
it.
we've spent, I don't know, an hour on it, because it's really important to us.
And also to Ariel's point, it's not just us, it's
Yeah.
the parents. And when I have conversations and people talk to me, it's a lot about math and their kids. You know?
It's not any different in any other district across our state. And so we want our families to ask questions about how we're doing things.
Thank you so much. I realized that we gave you a lot of questions. You did. We
No
appreciate
problem.
all your answers. We've been thinking about math.
Good. Come and talk to me anytime about it.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that discussion. Next is the discussion regarding the board trustees self-evaluation. Did we
feel right? Or it just feels like so much.
I know. Should we postpone that?
Yes.
I'm up for that.
Okay, so may I have a motion to table 9D? A second?
Second.
Few seconds.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, so that moves us to 10D. Consider adopting a resolution of the board for the local certification of universal transitional kindergarten teachers.
Okay, let me scroll right on down to that space. Okay. And this is something Oops, I'm in the wrong one again. This is something that we bring to you for the purpose of ensuring that our TK students are getting qualified teachers. And the reason that this MOU was created is because there's been a change to the requirements for TK teaching. And so it used to be that the TK teacher had to have ECE units and have a teaching credential. The state law has now said, the state law has legislated under Ed Code that we can have teachers who are teaching TK that do not have ECE units if they have the experience of teaching with that age of students. Our TK teachers have ECE units. So it doesn't necessarily become an issue for us in this moment, but we do have teachers who could qualify for being a qualified TK teacher through having taught in a preschool, having taught the grade, a grade or age of 4 or 3 in the past, to be the equivalent of what would be ECE units. So it gives the state of California realize that in times where we're really having a difficulty finding teachers to teach TK and it's mandatory, that they needed to change the criteria a little bit. So that's the reason for this memorandum.
And then what's the length of experience that would be the equivalent of 24 units?
Really what they basically say would be 20 school weeks. So like 20 weeks of 5 days.
20 weeks. So
So
what's
is that
that?
4 months? And what is 24 credits? That's 2 years worth or what?
Those would be 2 years worth of like single hour like classes. But if you have students for 8 hours a day or 6 hours a day, right, over those days, those 20 weeks, you're talking about probably equivalent hours.
So is the state not requiring any education now for TK students, or is this us?
The state of California says that you can have ECE units.
Yeah.
Or you can have, you could have taught, basically like on the job training, of students of this grade, this age level, to make you qualified to teach TK.
And the length of time is 20 weeks.
That's just an estimate. It doesn't, they don't give any guidelines.
No guidelines.
They don't give any specific number of minutes.
So wait, anybody can just be a TK teacher somewhere else? If they've worked in a preschool?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
What do they consider grade level or age level experience? Like what?
So let's say as an example, and I could qualify because I have a multiple teaching credential, and I worked in preschools for 3 years in college. So,
but if you had only worked in the preschools, you would qualify.
No, you have to have a multiple subject
Okay.
teaching credential and equivalent experience.
Okay, I missed that part.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I thought
Yeah.
this is moving to something where you don't need the ECE.
You don't need ECE, but you always need your multiple subject teaching credential. So
Okay.
in lieu of the ECE, you could have in classroom experience. That makes sense.
And then are we specifying a time, or we're just saying any?
It's the general ballpark would be about 20 weeks. But the state doesn't give any minimums.
The state
Could be
doesn't.
1 day.
And if we felt that there was some ECE that we wanted, we could, like, do we have to accept this whole, like, as it is, or can we say?
It's recommended by CSBA because finding teachers who actually fit that those two requirements is really difficult. And as we grow our number of TKers, it's going to be harder and harder to find people who have both.
And what about like, when you get a teacher, we've done this before where you have like a new teacher, so we have them teaching, but we say you need to accomplish these, get your credential or accomplish these classes before the end of the year or something, or 2 years.
Yes.
What about something like that? I mean, do we not feel like the classes are necessary, maybe? The ECE classes?
I mean, I would say any learning that I have to teach is good. I think sometimes to get a teacher, and I'll be just as upfront as I can be, to get a teacher to teach in this district with a maybe a lower rate of pay and a very high or expensive place to live, can become difficult, and loosening it does help us in the long run. It doesn't mean that we don't want good qualified teachers. Right?
I guess I was just thinking that if you get them in there and then you give them time to maybe it's only 2 classes, 2 units or 4 units, do they need that young child early education? Like, is that an important thing? Sure, it's better, but do we feel like they need it?
I would say 2 things. One is that I think our TK teachers have learned more through our TK collaborative that I've been teaching in our county than a teacher who's taught how to teach preschool.
Okay, okay.
Because it's just a different kind.
Yeah. Because we do professional development with all our teachers.
We do. All of our TK
Yeah,
and K
okay.
teachers have had the TK training.
You sound like you're about to say something.
We're all with bated breath.
I mean, I understand that CSBA is recommending this. It also feels like we're loosening up something that isn't an issue for us right now. So I know it could be, but it sort of seems like we're.
Let's say, for example, where we have another TK class that has to open next year. Or even a TKK class. The TKK class opens, you still have to have the same criteria. So let's say we have to put TK kids in a K class and that teacher does not have ECE units. And we can't hire another teacher because we already have a teacher there. Right, in that K teaching space. We can't hire another teacher, right? We won't have another, $70,000. So that could happen as early as August.
That makes sense.
Are you gonna vote no, or what's going on here?
Yeah.
Let's get on with the show.
I'm recommending that the resolution passes because I do think I think it does give us the amount of flexibility that we could potentially need. At the same time, I wouldn't say it if we did not have a great TK support system, which we do. We have a really great training system embedded in our county work. So I might not recommend it if we didn't have something so strong, but it's very strong.
Are we good, or is that? To me, that makes sense, that the COE has a great program and that we send people to train there. I mean, that's what working in a preschool is like. That's, I guess, what the ECE is like. Yeah, I don't know.
And we don't need it. It's just available. If we got caught in dire circumstances, we could do that, I guess. But I agree. I know I hear exactly what you're saying, though. I mean, if we don't need it, why open up the possibilities, I mean, why not keep a stricter standard?
And then address it when it becomes an issue. I feel like we're letting ourselves reduce our standards without there being sort of like a demonstrated need. So if I guess what I'm saying is I'm fine moving forward with it if we don't automatically make this our floor. Right. And so it's like, this is an option if we need to, but we're not just saying, okay, no more ECE, like we don't,
Yeah.
You know, no, I definitely hear you. And as a person who taught in preschool for so many years, it does really take a certain level of understanding. So what we don't want is our earliest learners to have a negative experience as they join us. That's never gonna be our ceiling, right? It's definitely not. What we do want to do is if we have a K teacher, we have many strong K teachers who has to teach a TK because of the way that the numbers fall out, and we're keeping numbers so tight now because of budget. I think it just behooves us. Yeah.
Okay. All right, if there's no more questions, then may I have a motion?
Make the motion to adopt the resolution approving standards for local certification of universal TK teachers.
All right, a second.
I'll go ahead and second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Trustee Edmondson.
Aye.
Trustee Gray.
Aye.
Trustee Donnelly.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye.
Trustee Dickinson.
All right. 10E, consider approval of the UCSF Multitudes Reading Screener. For K
Woo!
through 2.
Yes, I'm back again. This is actually really good news for us. And that is that the state of California legislated that all students in California schools in grades K through 2 would have screening for reading difficulties in those grades. And I think while it's an unfunded legislation, I think it's a great idea. And so the one thing that I can tell you is that there's only 4 state board adopted screeners. 2 are free and only 1 is in English and Spanish. That's multitude. And so that's the one that we engaged in trying to learn more about. Our teachers have already had 1 session of training on how the screener is done. I've attached a couple of documents just to kind of give you the scope of like what is assessed at what time and how long it takes and that kind of thing. But it is required of every school in California starting next school year. And so the best thing about it is it's research-based. They have done beta testing over a couple of years. They're continuing to enhance it so that there's fewer clicks and less time for teachers. So we will be doing, once the board approves this, we will be doing a convening of a reading screener team to talk about how we want to implement in the fall. So requesting approval.
Right. And we don't have a screener already.
We do not have a screener of this nature. This is fairly new legislation. We do have, we can tell like reading skills, but it's not a reading difficulty screener.
And it would be like this student knows their alphabet. This student knows the sounds, like it's breaking down reading.
Yeah, so
skills.
Yeah, so like in kindergarten, certain things are tested,
Right.
and then if you have issues with these things, it'll give you an indication. If in first grade, these are the things that are tested. If you're not doing well, then these are good indicators. So it's a computerized program, and it will actually tell you based on how the students answer where they might have difficulties then or in the future.
Okay.
It's a cool video. If you're interested. It's great to get the early screening. I mean, for any difficulties, but especially dyslexia. You know, and I know our staff does a great job with what we have now, but any additional tools that we can leverage at extra costs.
And this really helps us to intervene early.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
So,
And it's free.
and it's free. Yeah, nothing's free, but for like this.
I really like the free stuff, especially when it's useful.
Any other questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the UCSF Multitudes Reading Screener.
All right, a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Moving on to 10F. Consider approval of the social studies curriculum, My World.
Okay, this is very exciting. We have been waiting for this day for so long. And I can honestly say that we got this dollar figure from like almost 200,000 down to this number, which is also a big win. So My, kind of just, I know it's getting late, but my overview is that we've looked at 4 social studies textbook options over the past 6 years. None of them have been the quality of my world. It's not perfect. There's nothing that's perfect, but the student engagement is very high. The pictures, the stories, the relevance is very high. The way that the teacher materials are built out, it's really strong. It also shows where it matches the ELD standards, which we've also been really trying to focus on how to bridge our ELs in our curriculum. So it comes with a lot of benefits. It also comes with a whole virtual platform, so the students can access the virtual platform from home. Teachers can access the virtual platform from school and give like extra resources. So it really is a good comprehensive curriculum. And when I went back and I asked our teachers, like, okay, if you interacted with it, how many of you would use it? 100%. So that, and how many of you want it right now? 100%. So that gives us a good indication.
All right, questions or comments from the board?
I'll just say I went in and I looked at the materials earlier this week and I thought they were really good. I mean, I thought that they were well-rounded. There was some nice, things on Asian immigrants. I don't know. It just was like, it just felt like it was nice and comprehensive and
Yeah, I felt that way too.
yeah.
Miss Lowe gave a glowing
She did.
recommendation of it when
It
she
was one of our big pilots.
We did. Okay, I was wondering, are we still on the screening?
No,
Okay.
we're on the curriculum.
Okay.
Screener. It's,
I'm like,
it's
really?
good.
What-
It's gonna help kids. Next.
The screener was all about Asian Americans?
No.
Guys.
Like,
Thank you. I'm glad you got a chance to look at
Yeah.
that curriculum. I had it kind of on my mental list and I didn't get a chance to go. So I appreciate that. And it's been a long journey. So I'm really excited to be here.
I did have a question. So do we get new books each year for 5 years? Is that what the?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and that's something that we haven't had the luxury of with social studies in the past. It's been a hard book, right? And it can't change year to year.
Yeah, that's nice.
Any other questions or comments? No? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the social studies curriculum adoption grades K through 5, my world.
Great, a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right,
We're buying it tomorrow.
all right. Exciting correspondence, future agenda items. The board needs to reconvene back to closed session. We will do that now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I am proud.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd love to see that.
absolutely for the brownies.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we were adopting, what it actually looks like.
Yeah.
Good, good.
I just brought in the teacher manual, but there's lots of other pieces, but if you wanna, there's, and this is for, they'll be here.